that. But I mean, I think if we're looking at the schisms with like the Methodist Church, how they have female pastors and blah blah blah, like I think that is something where actually we don't even need to go that far. It's right there's more than one reason why they're wrong, and it should be very simple to see. Lauren, can you ask Andrew on what his opinion is on Calvinism and Reformed theology?
Yeah, predeterminism is antithetical to the Orthodox worldview. Don't believe in predeterminism. We believe in free will. We're Trinitarians. Now, there are a lot of base Calvinists. I know many of them myself who are absolutely awesome, but we have a distinction in theology.
Fire Team Charlie, by the way, you may be able to ascertain this, but I actually do have quite a following, sizable Mormon following. So you both agree that Mormonism does relatively good at combating the degeneracy. What other Christian denomination is doing as good a job?
No, I didn't agree that Mormonism does a good job combating degeneracy. They have their own forms of it which spring up inside of the Mormon community itself, which includes what they do oftentimes to little girls, which we've seen many, many times, and that has been exposed many, many times. What I'm saying is that because there's a patriarchal structure which exists, it's much harder for that to be invasive inside of that community. But it spawns its own forms of degeneracy.
Absolutely. And I would say, like, I mean, Islam is something that we also see it uphold the patriarchy very well. And in there is some order to that, but that doesn't change the fact that there are biblical reasons why they are not a true church. And obviously we can talk about sulking. Positive and beneficial outcomes, but it doesn't change the fact that at its core you should still have solid theology behind you, which the Mormon Church does not. JK Fuerte, Lauren will eventually question.
Hello everyone.
Considering she's an intellectually honest person.
Starting the stream, I know there might be winding down over there.
I'm not against being proven wrong. I don't think I would Catholic I have with the Catholic Church. Again, I'm up.
She's wow. Now that, I don't think that could have gone better for Andrew there. I don't think it could have gone better, do you? I don't think so. So yeah, we're going to do a review. We won't obviously watch the whole thing again. What's going on, Liz? How you doing? Thanks so much. Yeah, we won't go into the whole thing, but some of the key things that were brought up, and I'll go into a massive elephant in the room here that Andrew knows exists. This wasn't the time to bring it up, but they did shine a little light on it. We'll get into that in a bit. But I think right out of the gates, Andrew's assertiveness, putting her on the spot, not making her feel comfortable and friendly, is probably a great tactic to start. And what came up immediately, right? Immediately was the fact that this distinction, I think, is going to be the most important distinction moving forward in the political sphere, how it ties into the theological sphere. They're connected. They're inextricably tied together, politics and theology. Because if you're doing theology, you're also doing politics. Now, you can try to do politics without a theology, but you're just going to recreate a broken theology, which is pretty relevant to this whole debate. But the thing that I saw, and remember this, the key distinction for what feminism is an act against a patriarchal system. And you can be a feminist and act against, you can be a feminist and a godless person, right? You could be an atheist feminist, but you're still acting and arguing against a patriarchy. And so that really is the best and the cleanest way to do it. And don't let anybody wiggle out of it and redefine it. Because from a Christian view, that's also going to be an expression of feminism. Any act against a patriarchal system, whether that's the church or government or the family. This is a great way to frame feminism moving forward, which hasn't really been done so clearly until I think this debate. And she couldn't get out of it, because once she acknowledges that any action against the patriarchy is feminism, then any sort of playfulness with a secular adoption of, let's say, marriage is going to also be rejecting the patriarchy. Why? Because if marriage is pushed from a secular position and there's no reason for it, you can't argue for, other than just some sort of pragmatic, baseless foundation. If you're a Christian, or even like under the umbrella of Christianity, and you argue for a secular marriage, you're already advocating, as Andrew so eloquently and sharply displayed in Lauren's reasoning. She had to bite the bullet and say, oh my gosh, I am advocating for sin. Now, the question from a Christian is, if you're advocating for sin, you're probably advocating against the patriarchy, if you think about it. Why? Because if you do argue for a system of marriage, let's say, that avoids a blasphemous or perverted element to it, you're arguing for an authority in that matter. And so you can't argue for pro-Christian marriages, right? You can't argue against secular marriages without appealing to an authority, and the authority is patriarchal. It's not just patriarchal in the sense men run society through brute strength. It's that reality reflects the Christian metaphysical paradigm of the patriarchy, that God, man, woman, child. That's how it operates. That's just descriptively true, and it's also parallel to a theological view, a Christian theological view. So not only did Lauren admit to advocating for sin through secular marriage from a pragmatic view, this is why consequentialism is failed. That's why Conservative Inc. is a failure. That's why Tapusa, right? Charlie Kirk, all of them, they're operating in a strict materialist paradigm where they're looking at outcomes in the world and how do you get the votes. Something Lauren said, brutal, the things that she was willing to say. She basically said, well, it's good. We got to get the rainbow Republicans. Why? Why? Why would we get the rainbow Republicans? Well, no, if we get them on our side, that's what she's thinking. Well, they're there. They're totally dressed up. It's men in makeup and doing high kicks on Charlie Kirk's shoulder, but at least we have them voting. Voting for what? Voting for what? What is it they're voting for? Well, you don't understand. We can get them. They're based rainbow people. Based in what? Now, it's obvious. I mean, why would Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and Knowles tangle up with someone like Andrew? Because it's unassailable. You can't defeat this position. The position, again, that feminism in its strictest form should not be defined by some sort of cultural trend, right? That feminism will always be anti-patriarchal, no matter how you look at it, right? And the problem with Lauren and basically the entirety of TradCon Inc. is that they don't hold and they don't advocate for a very strong patriarchal system. They argue from a constitutional enlightenment paradigm that they try to sort of graft onto a Christian ethical system, as opposed to holding a Christian ethical position and pushing back on some of the enlightenment impulses, which is now happening more and more, which is why Islam is having a spike, at least online, ostensibly a spike popularity, because people are rejecting Lauren's view and everything under it that assumes some sort of, well, I'll hold to the Enlightenment principles of liberty for everybody, equal liberty, equal everything. But at the same time, I'm going to pretend to argue for something patriarchal. Well, it's a contradiction, and she admitted it, right? The marriage thing is a massive fail. This is why when Matt Walsh went on Joe Rogan about 2 years ago, he argued a secular position for marriage. Now, the reason this is all tied together is, and it's the thing that Andrew knows is in the room, but he can't address it yet because he has to get through all the muck with people like Lauren first. Got to get through all the problems, right, in her philosophy first. And so, how are you going to get through that? Well, you got to do what he did. You got to trudge through it, and it's hard and long, and you got to figure it out. But the elephant in the room, is that the church, because this whole argument is gearing people toward an authority that represents, embodies, and orchestrates a patriarchal system. So the elephant in the room is that all of the modern Christian takes, right? All the Protestant and the new Protestant stuff, right? There might be some Protestant churches that try to maintain some sort of patriarchal system, right? But the notion itself kind of permits otherwise, even if they try to hold on to it. The basic notions of, like, reading to scripture yourself and buddy Christ, right? There is no, the church doesn't matter, that, it's your own personal thing, there's no structure to it, right? It's almost like God is just like a speed dial friend, Well, the problem here is that if the church is the bride of Christ, okay, and the church rejects authority, rejects that there's an authority, right? In a way, it's like a euphemism for what's going on in modern American culture, especially in these sort of modern, vague, sort of soft Christian takes, is that they reject authority. The modern churches are a rejection of patriarchy. Modern churches are feminist from that perspective. And I don't mean they're feminist because they have blue hair and they're screaming about, deleting their kids and stuff. It's not like that. It's way more, it's actually a more clearer definition, is that the modern churches reject authority. Because they reject authority, they are working against the patriarchal system, definitionally, from the Christian view. So the modern churches are the brides, they are the feminist brides. The modern churches are the rejection of the submission. That's what it is. The rejection of submission. You can't tell me what to do. Nobody's gonna tell me how to do this. It's mine. And this is a thing, right? This is where all of this stuff comes from, right? It's lingering from the Enlightenment, but it's obviously older than that. The rejection of the church and its authority is ancient. The heresies are ancient. So without some submission to a patriarchal system, which is reflective of the theology, you have a theology and some like peppering of different churches that don't really agree on anything. They have a sort of modern approach. They don't abide by an authority, right? The authority is your feelings, and then maybe you read the Bible once in a while, right? There's no authority. It's certainly not transposed into the family, right? Because biblically And in practice, the being a part of the church is a marriage. It's a marriage. And so what is a marriage if not patriarchal? Well, it's likely the case if you reject the authority, it's like rejecting the authority of the man. It's like rejecting the authority of the husband. And this is a euphemism, but it's metaphysically true and also demonstrably true in the West. And this is the thing that's underneath all of these debates, right? That Andrew knows it, but Lauren Chen is not even ready. She's still stuck in the cognitive dissonance. She got completely blown away here, right? Is my mic low? Sorry. She got completely blown out of the water here, okay? I'm jerking off. All right, you're banned. Goodbye. So that's why it's silly to go into politics, right? And not take Andrew's approach, because then you're just not saying anything. You're basically saying, well, it's Republican versus Democrat, and we really need to win over the secularists who are sort of small government and lean Republican. Why? Why? For what reason? Andrew's asking. We're all asking. Why? Well, because then we win, and then we reinstate the small government thing, and then, we win people over. Well, no. What's the point? What's the point of participating in your local, state, and federal level, national level politics from a Republican view, from a conservative view, if that you reject the authority that gives you what you're supposed to be conserving? What is it? Just preference? It's just like, well, I don't like that kind of pizza. I like the other kind. There's no point. Why placate to secularists? Why say, oh, I know some really good secularists that they really like traditionalism and Christianity. They just don't buy any of it. And they should get married. They should get married. At least they're voting, the way we want them to. It's all feelings. It's all feminized. The whole thing. But the key thing here to distinguish from a Christian perspective, if you're honest with yourself, if the church is the bride and the bride doesn't submit to authority, there is no church. There is no theology. There is no application to society. There's no sacraments. There's nothing foundationally good and true about a marriage. The embodiment of feminism, as defined, as Andrew did in the debate discussion here, is any action, any undermining of a patriarchal system. Then you are, in fact, a feminist. I mean, that's just it. Because what else would you be? What else would you be? I don't know. Protestant reinterpret. Yeah, the other part is the same thing, right? If you reject the authority of interpretation, you're a feminist, even if you're a dude. Why? Because you're acting outside of the marriage. You're reinterpreting. You're now the authority. I get to reinterpret. I get to redefine what worship is. I get to redefine what all of this stuff is. I'm my own bishop. I'm my own. And now this is true for men and women. You make up your own thing. It's your own personal. That's why Andrew plays that song. You are personal, Jesus. It's just it's customization, right? It's commodified. It's commodified and it's nothing. It's not holistic. That's the problem. It's atomized. It's not holistic. Like, if someone holds the belief that, you know, their relationship with God is not actually really through any sort of structure or church, it's personal, which it is, right? So I'm not negating that there's a personal aspect to it. It's just that if that's the wholeness, that says nothing about how it interplays with family, marriage, you know, your relationship, your marriage, with the direct environment. It just says, well, you have these feelings, and then you get to interact with them, and then there's no duty, right? So a man could take that position, and there's no duties, and a woman could take that position, and there's no duties. And that part of us that we all have that wants to reject an authority is the rebellious nature in us, both men and women. And everything Lauren represents that she's trying to defend, that she thinks she should be defending, right, is all from a rebellious foundation. Right? It's all rebellious. It's all individualized. It's all Ayn Rand. It's like, there's no difference, really. If Ayn Rand became a Christian, that's what it would look like. You know what I mean? It would look all the same. And so that's the thing. Of course, in this conversation, Andrew couldn't go there fully. Couldn't go there. But that's the point. I mean, if you're going to argue, Lauren Chen and all the rest of the the tradcon conservatives, right? If you're going to argue for a secular marriage, why not just, jump, make the leap to why don't you make the leap to gay marriages? I don't understand. Why wouldn't you make the leap to gay marriages? I really don't understand what the difference would be. Like, if you're going to advocate for just marriage, and it's not a sacrament, and it's not something that's built in, integral to the church, there's an authority to it, there are rules to it, it's not just some social experiment. If you don't argue for the structure of it and abide by it, men and women, if you're a man and you're not the lead, you're not behaving according to a church standard. If you're a woman and you don't follow the man, you're not following a Christian position from that view, right? It's something else. It's turned into something else. And all the pushback that you see is downstream from it. And I wish the conservatives would understand this. If they have some sort of notion against the leftism and the progressivisms, and they have all the right talking points against it, and they've just gone too far. What we're saying is that they're a symptom. That's what we're saying, that they're a symptom. Now, maybe Lauren is going to start getting this, and maybe it'll trickle in. I hope it does. You ask yourself, Ben Shapiro would always say, politics is downstream from culture. Okay, everyone's arguing the culture wars now, right? Great, we agree. There's some cultural shit going on. We don't like it. We're pushing back. But as soon as you ask, what are we pushing back on and why? Now the question is, well, if politics is downstream from culture, what is culture downstream from? Well, you can't argue for cultural prescriptions without it being downstream from your theology. So it's impossible to get out of it. The problem is, for the modern trads, mostly the Protestants, the modern Protestants today, they agree. We want to push back on the progressivism. They're taking it too far. They're going after the children. They sexualize everything. Everything's permissible. I'm sorry, but you can't hold that position and also reject an authority. It doesn't work. And if anything was demonstrated, at least at the paradigm level, in this little discussion of father, the dad Andrew giving basically a scolding review, an expose of Lauren Chen and company's philosophy, the most valuable thing to take out of it is that the moment you argue against progressivism from a seemingly conservative position or a Republican position, whatever you want to call it, you really can't do it and also reject some sort of authority. You can't do it and hold a strict individualist constitutional rights position. You can't do it. Why? It's a secular position. That's why. It's a secular position. Lauren's position is in fact, in practice, secular. She admitted it. She's pushing a secular account for marriage. But it's all downstream from these paths away from authority, away from a proper church. Then no one holds you accountable. Nobody, if you're the entirety of your theology is just sort of personal experiences directly with God, and that's it. Nobody can hold you accountable, by the way. Nobody. They can't. How are they supposed to hold you accountable? They can't. They can't tell you anything. How are you going to argue with that? But, and if you do hold that position, and it's just strictly personal and there's nothing else to it, then you can't really argue against all the degeneracy. You can't really argue against protecting your children from all these horrific trends. Because that would require some authority informing how we govern. That would require appealing to men who then uphold this status. That's why it works in these like Amish communities. Now, they're obviously rampant with abuse and all sorts of other things. So there's a weird trade-off there, of course. But Mormons, Amish, Muslims, the thing that people are like heading toward, this like massive spike back to some sort of traditional standard, is a rejection of feminism. And it's a mistake if you think, whether you're a man or a woman listening, to pretend that feminism is just the left version. Oh, the modern, Lauren Chen was trying to frame this the whole time in the beginning by saying, well, let's get back to the modern feminism. We really have a problem with the modern feminism. And Andrew's like, no, we're not going with your definition of feminism. That tries to scapegoat the modern impulse, which is really just the logical consequence of the former. The impulse of feminism, whether it's first wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, and on, the impulse is all the same. It's a pushback or rejection of some sort of patriarchal system that's going to sort of guide customs, traditions, practices, law in society, in the church, and in government. And if you don't have that, there's really no difference between the blue-haired feminists and the, quote, Christian feminists. There's no difference. You just have a different style, right? That's it. That's all it would be. A different style, a different approach to rejecting the patriarchy, a different way in which you say no. That, okay, yeah, I believe in the bride of Christ. It's the church. But, it doesn't have to listen. I'm part of the bride of Christ, but I don't have to listen. There's nothing, and we all have this. We all have this impulse of saying no to the authority. By the way, men have it too. There are men who reject an authority. They're feminists. There are men who try to reject the patriarchy. Even though that's a performative contradiction, they're still feminists. And it was so hard for Lauren to just say it. Andrew was like, listen, Are you for the patriarchy? It's so hard to say because you get lambasted and ostracized, especially in the conservative end, because it sounds scary. Oh, it sounds so scary, the patriarchy. That means, it's like a total meltdown, and, there's a theocracy, and all these men are pointing and lining women up, right? And they're impregnating them. But no, if you're honest as a man or a woman, you can't reject a patriarchy. It's descriptively the case. Now, if you get into prescriptive and you say we ought not have it, you need the authority. You need a patriarchy. That's why I always ask when I do TikTok invasions. I always ask these people, men or women, I ask them a simple question. With enough manpower, could we get rid of the patriarchy? And they're not even considering it in their head that it's a problem. It's a performative contradiction. Well, do you think with enough manpower we can destroy the patriarchy? I mean, what if we just gather enough resources and manpower? Do you think we can do it? And it doesn't even, I bet Andrew could have asked Lauren this question. And she wouldn't even know where to go. I swear, if she's asked this question in the future, she probably will have to think about it to discern that it's a joke. The question to Lauren Chen and everyone else who holds her view in the tradcon industry, let's call it what it is, an industry. It's what's being protected. Are those people really afraid to debate someone like Andrew or anyone else in this sphere on this topic? Or are they afraid to lose, or are they afraid to lose their status and the position in the economy? Because it really is an economy at this point. Like, do they really care if it's true or not? If they have their spot, they have their Daily Wired lanyards, and they probably have key cards and swipers and bags and all the shit, right? And they're like, well, I'm a part of this. I'm a part of the Daily Wire team. Well, I can't have people. We can't be debating. I mean, Matt Walsh, don't be debating people like Andrew. I mean, let Lauren Chen do that stuff, and save her for podcast and stuff. But do not engage with these people. Yeah, because you guys would lose. Now, I do give Lauren props here, whether it's just naive or whatnot, for even engaging. I honestly think at this point, if you're engaging, if you're going to debate Andrew at this point, you probably don't even know who he is, honestly. Or you haven't really thought about what you're getting into. And maybe the people who won't debate him actually are smart enough not to, perhaps. Maybe from their position, yeah, you could say they're scared because they know what the outcome could be, but maybe they're just playing smart because their LARP, the tradcon libertarian influenced liberty above all, enlightenment LARP, that is the tradcon sphere, that whole authorized space doesn't really differ from Lauren Chen's position. They also are afraid to say, no, this is a patriarchal system. It's informed by theology. It's not informed by enlightenment, self-evident principles. When it comes down to it, it's informed by theology, by Christianity. But these modern Christians who claim they're a part of they claim they're a part of the bride of Christ. They claim they're a part of a church, but then they keep holding these like, well, we don't want it fully dictated by, men. I mean, that would be anti-American, right? That's what they say. American and the Constitution is the new defined scripture, and American is the new Christian. They've swapped scripture with liberty, right? Duties with rights through the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And they've swapped the church, and they swapped it with America, like patriotism. And this is what Conservative Inc. is now. And this is what, Tapussa, Charlie Kirk, bringing all the gays up on stage, doing a dance with Rob Smith. We got to fight these progressives. If we can just get enough secularists to engage in a flawed, incomplete marriage, then they can have kids and pretend to be traditional, and then it'll be bad for the blue-haired people. this is pretty much ending now. I mean, we're witnessing, we're a part of it. Everybody listening, Andrew, the people debating, the people listening, the people on the podcast, even the red pillars, right? Who a part of their view must be addressed and acknowledged. They don't have a prescriptive solution, but their descriptions of what's happening is accurate. So, like Andrew said toward the end of that conversation, is that there's actually a chance. Why? Because at least the traditionalists are replicating. At least we're having families. The secularists aren't. Now, but what good is a, quote, traditionalist take on family and marriage with no authority? You think you're winning against the secularists? Well, no. There's no win against the secularists if you affirm secularist marriage, if you affirm a secularist church. Well, at least they have a thing called the church, and at least Nala the porn star got dipped at heresychurch.com or whatever. At least it's a movement toward something that kind of feels vaguely like good. Well, what Andrew's saying, appropriately pointing out, is if it's not clear, if it's not authoritative, then your feelings about Nala, sewing up her butthole, right, and tattooing whatever, Christ on, whatever it is, whatever the sensation is going to be online, right? What good is it if you accept some soft view of Christianity? You might as well just not argue for Christianity, honestly. Not to black pill you. It's just that through this conversation, it can't be more clear that feminism is best described as simply some contention or action or anything that doesn't affirm a patriarchal system. And because that's definitionally true, you can't be a Christian and act against the patriarchal system. You can't do it in a marriage. You can't do it in a church. You can't do it in society. You can't do it at the workplace. You can't do it anywhere. Feminism has now been properly described very concisely. There's no way around it. I invite everybody to take on Andrew's definition. Forget women's rights and, they should have lanyards too. Forget that. The best definition that nobody can squirrel away from is simply this. Feminism is the absent affirmation of a patriarchy. That includes any actions away, any impulses away. That's a feminist impulse. Men have it, women have it. And if there's two people who call themselves Christians, there are two on the screen right now who call themselves Christians, there's no way to call yourself a Christian and not affirm a patriarchal, authoritative church. It can't be just the vague umbrella. We're seeing the problems with this. It's always been a problem. That's why the heresies are called ancient heresies. That's why the impulse toward you being the authority and not needing anybody to tell you what to do leads people to a feelings-based sense of Christianity. A personal Christianity has nothing to do with anybody else. It's just you. It's nothing to do with your family. Just you. And everyone's surprised that what occurs as a horror scene, which it is, of progressivism. They pretend, from a Christian view, that they don't have anything to do with that. Of course they do. Of course they have something to do with that. Because they're rejecting authority too. They're completely rejecting authority. Both men and women have the impulse to say, don't tell me what to do. The impulse, don't tell me what to do, is probably the fertile ground. I would argue is the fertile ground. Something that's descriptively true about humans. Don't tell me what to do. That is the fertile ground for what was the entire American project of individualism above all, liberty above all, agency above all. Don't tell me what to do. That's the American way. And if you argue against it, Andrew Wilson, you're anti-American. Well, if that's what it means to be anti-American, I think there's going to be a lot more anti-American people coming through. Don't you think? If it's anti-American to say, no, you're not, individualism is not the end all. Liberty is not the end all. Duties over rights. No, we're saying no to some sort of egalitarian fantasy. If that makes people anti-American, there sure is going to be a new list of people. People put on lists, right? A new McCarthyism. What if it was? If you're going to define American absent a Christian authority, yes, then yes. Then we're anti-American. Then there's no difference. There's no difference between Lauren Chen and the blue-haired feminists. Because, well, no. To give her credit, she had some contradictions, but she knows she got caught and she had to go, oh, shit. Two major points. One, she's been advocating for sin, that taking a pragmatic, superficial political approach to marriage, that's not a sacrament, that's not governed by the church, advocating for that, right? Advocating for it. She knows that's, according to her own theology, advocating for sin in exchange for what? Political trends? What? A spike in Trump's, base? What is it you're trying to get to here? So that was a major, she's going to remember that. You can't unsee that. You can't unhear that. And the other one is that there's no fundamental difference between bringing these so-called progressives on your side because they agree with you on, like, gun control or something like this. Right? There's way more that Lauren Chen and Andrew and most of the audience agrees with than not. And yet, the more important of the disagreements is foundational. And that's why it's important to argue at that foundational approach. Now, again, for those of you who missed it, the elephant in the room that Andrew knows is in the room, it's not appropriate during this discussion to really bring it up, but it was touched on, is that for two Christians arguing, and they're of two different, let's say, churches, if they agree that the church is the bride, right? And there is, from a Christian view, there is a hierarchical system. There's a patriarch, right? And everything is top down. God, man, woman, children, outward to society, communities. So if that's the case, and you both agree with that from a Christian view, for all the Christians in the listening, thanks for the raid, by the way, Andrew. That was a W in every possible way. If they agree that the church is the bride, if you ask them if their church appeals to an authority and they say, no, we just have fun, they're a disobedient bride. And, it's not an accident that the church being a bride, that the marriages, right, and what we see in marriages, the roles between men and women, husband and wife, children, and so forth, it's not an accident that the rejection or the perversion of the bride of Christ, a disobedient bride of Christ, you're going to be a part of the church and call it the bride, and be a disobedient. Like, everything's downstream from that. That it makes sense that if there's a church that claims to be the bride of Christ biblically but rejects authority, that everyone in that church, including men and women, are not going to see, let's say, the relationships of husband and wife the same way. That marriage itself isn't going to be seen as sort of like a downstream or underneath, or let's say an icon of the church, like the house is and we are as people. That it's no. It's a marriage is sort of like this, this sort of, it's a relationship just with us two. It's like us against the the decaying world. It's us against the decaying world. That's all you can have from that position. And you know, people are trying to find their way through it, right? It's, you know what I mean? Answer the question. I didn't see a question. Do you have a question? You can put your question in the super chat forum by Bob chatting. I'll check the Bob chats in a second. Logan Daly, $5. Nub up and shave them arms. Christ is risen. Yeah, shave your arms. Shave your arms. Ben Fold, 5 chairs, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for that. Mud, as always, supporting 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Hoffman might be the biggest. That's a ripple. That is equivalent. You know, you remember when Andrew debated Matt Dillahunty, right? That was a seam ripper in the secular atheist community. It was a seam ripper. This is another seam ripper. So, whereas a lot of other debates they go the way you think they're going to go. You know, they just, you know, there's some key moments that can be clipped, and there's highlights and shit. This had all of that, but this is a seam ripper. Why? Because Chen is probably going to sympathize more and more with everything Andrew said. So, but people are going to be looking at this and watch as Conservative Inc., all the people mentioned, ignore this conversation. Now, I think who won't ignore this conversation, and it's going to necessitate Mr. Wilson's appearance on Timcast, is Tim Pool. There's no way he's going to see this and pretend he can just tuck it away. But maybe he will. Maybe he will. But I challenge him not to. And if there's any pressure, not harassment, if there's any pressure we can put on Mr. Pool to have Mr. Wilson on a much larger platform like the Timcast, that should happen, especially after this performance. That should definitely be happening. Okay. Now, it's a ripple effect, because if this conversation and these arguments can be adopted, which they can be if you were listening, then, you know, all we have to do is make the representatives, in this case, Andrew's pretty much our main representative, but there's other people in the space who can get on. I mean, Jay has been on Tim Pool, you know. A combination of, say, Jay Dyer and Andrew going back on Timcast, Jay from a, cultural, technological, but highly educated position on theology in general, and Andrew, a more normative but still respectable theological debater and defender. There's no, you can pick your top 2 people, even if it was like a conversation on Timcast and not a debate. You couldn't possibly, platform the 2 and not have an absolutely amazing dissection of what's going on today. This, because we all agree there's a culture war. Everybody says it. Everybody has the meme, right? We're in a culture war. It's a spiritual war. It's a culture war. It's a political war. Okay. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, Mud, 5 more memberships. Thank you so much, Mud. If that's the case, what's informing the war, right? What's informing it? The best possible fight against progressivism, if you're on that side of things. Let's say you're just like an agnostic and you're like, well, the progressives have gone too far. The best possible attack that I've seen is a recent trend that most people would call infighting. Oh, it would be great if you and Chen just put all the things you agree with in a basket and then hold the basket together. And Andrew's like, well, there's a couple rotten eggs in this fucking basket. Couple rotten eggs in the basket. I'm not gonna walk around with a stinky basket pretending that it's not gonna make a smell, stink up the whole fucking park. Not gonna do it. Can't do it. Instead, I'm gonna expose what we didn't put in the basket. Expose it for what it is. And that's the most effective. the targets are actually the faux tradcons. Now, the frog people knew this, but they didn't have a good approach. They had an effective approach, but it wasn't holistic. It was spotlight, expose, but there was no, it was such an attack. And I'm glad that they did what they did to, like, Charlie Kirk, going to those events and physical and exposing that with basic questions like, is Rob Smith the face of conservatism? Simple questions like that. But this is a little bit different because someone like Andrew is accessible. He has a face, you know, he's not hiding in the chats anywhere, but there's also a solution. It's not to say exposés aren't effective. It's just that if you take away people's foundations and knock away their sand-based pillars, their wax-filled columns, if you don't give them something, you know, it was glorious that he completely dismantled this woman's position. Her entire persona is based on these things that she's never really thought through. And he didn't just like demolish it into powder and go, enjoy your collapsed useless deck. No, there's an offering. You go, okay, how are we going to move forward now? Acknowledge where it's a contradiction. She can't forget this. She cannot forget this. I mean, this is going to go into her further conversations, both private and public. When they start agreeing with the left and the right, and well, we got to band together. You know, there are secularists who agree with us on these, you know, on these positions. Well, now she's going to think a little bit further on that, right? That's a win in itself, honestly. That's a win in itself. Read your chat. I can't read your chat if it's not in chat form. I'll look at the Bob chats, though. If you want me to read your chat, there's like 900 people here, so you're going to have to Bob chat me or super chat. Decimus, $5. Jimbob, let's get Andrew on Jay on Timcast at the same time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the next move. Now, either way would work. You know, Andrew does fine alone, honestly. But maybe if it's him and Jay, it's more of a conversation. Obviously, that turns into a debate, but at least from that position, it's a little more inviting. This is the thing that, oh shit, sorry, let me get rid of this. This is a thing. People get squeamish when you say debate. So, conversation seems to work better. Now, if people want to debate, great. But what I found in our approach and outreach to people like James Lindsay, who I'd love to debate, or anyone I thought could do it, I want him to debate, but he doesn't, or any of these other people, I find that when you come at them like debate bro me, they kind of just go, okay, there you go. I know who you are. I'm not debating you. You just want to win. Yeah. But with conversations, it's a little less telegraphed what's going to happen. So, there you go. Famous Amos says, W. Andrew, W. Jimbob, fresh and fit. Yeah, that was fun. I hope you guys see that, we can only watch so much of, 19 to 25-year-old prostitutes trying to defend themselves on whatever or fresh and fit. But here's the good thing about Andrew getting in the door there. Massive platforms. And as he basically works on the hosts and their philosophy, those are going to be huge opportunities to have a real fun, real debates on there, real back and forths with, people of higher caliber than 20-year-old prostitutes. So you got to think of it in long form, long game. You can't be because I get all the, I get the same criticisms of why would you go out how could you sit there and just deal with these disgusting because it's a massive platform. So even if, you have to pay your, you have to do your penance in a sense, or what do you call it? What do you call it when you're like hazed? If you got to be hazed by, battling all of these 304s for the opportunity of such a massive platform, perhaps hosting an actual debate. And guess what? That's what's already happening, All of Andrew's appearances, both on Fresh and Fit and whatever, prompted more one-on-one, serious, focused debate. This is good. This is a good thing. Let me check my Bob chats. Again, if you like the stream in general, Bob chat is the way to support. YouTube's great. YouTube does take 30%. Bob chat takes 3%. So for all of you who have donated, and thank you so much. Shout out to everyone who bought a book. I did a book drive. We hit our goal. We sold 50 books. Another announcement for those of you new here, I will be in Las Vegas. What is it? June 22nd. I'll be doing an event with Jay and Jamie Kennedy and some others. I'll be up on a panel. I'll be able to meet people there. I've already gotten, I think 3 people told me they already bought their tickets, which will be great to hang out with you guys there, meet you in person. Thank you so much for that. And that is posted on my community. So you can look up either on Jay Dyer's site, pages, media, or mine. You'll see the event there. You can purchase a ticket and get there. All right, let's see where we're at here. There's a store. Let me see. Got a $5 Bob chat from Richie Torres. Thank you, Richie. God bless you, Jimbob. Quick question. Do you think it's best to attend a church even if you're at odds with its theology than not attend one at all? That's a tough question for me. It's a tough question for me. Because if you do attend one and get into the practice, you're more likely to maybe check out another that's counter to that one. So maybe for the sake of reps, it might be okay. But then again, there's probably a threshold if the theology is so bad, right? If the presentation is so off the mark, I don't know how I'd argue that it can't possibly do harm. The question of whether it's doing more harm than good from that position, I don't know the answer to, honestly, Richie. I would just say, if you are attending a church and you're seeking whether it's whole, if it's the wholeness, then okay, but only if you're still seeking. You know what I mean? Because you don't want your comfort to then be like, okay, well, I'm just comfortable. Well, if you're in pursuit, then it's not going to be comfortable. You're going to be evaluating. You're going to be looking, right? However, that might be a question for someone. If you're looking into, let's say, orthodoxy, that's something you could ask. I don't know, a priest, or I'm not even sure it's appropriate, but maybe ask a deacon, someone like Father Deacon Ananias might be a good person to ask. Justin, I hope you had a great Pascha. I hope you sat down, shaved your arms, lifted your shirt, and ate something rich, ripped, and rare. I'm trying to keep up with being rich, ripped, and rare. Crazy. It's a tough philosophy. Someone just bought 3 books, Savage Memes Volume 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much. I will be shipping that out. Wow, from Germany. Shout out to Germany. Germany likes its memes too? Germany likes its memes? That was a little mustache. Today I was going to review Jordan Peterson and Russell Brand, but because of that debate was so epic. Debate. Jimbob, let's get Andrew and Jay on team. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Thank you very much. So, yeah. Anywho. I wonder if, actually text. I don't know if Andrew jumped on another thing. It would be cool to get him on here. What else we got here? I have so many atheist reviews of my videos to catch up on too. You know, I'm gonna have Andrew jump on. He's probably eating a cookie. Have him jump on. Just go over some main things there, right? We won't get too deep into it, but I think it's valuable to have a short decompression, right? After that, it's probably a good thing. So let me see. Let me get Wilson. All right. Sent to Discord. All right. Yeah, that would be great. Andrew jumping on would be fun. You guys can field questions. You know, support my channel by asking Andrew questions. Good idea for me. $4.99. Next time Andrew is on whatever, what if he rates himself a Mississippi 6? Oh my gosh, he has to do that from now on. I'd probably say I'm a Mississippi 6. Mississippi 6. Man, sit down. Your wife doesn't even have a fake face. Come on, sit down. Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going? Thanks for jumping on. Great work there. That was very effective, I thought. How do you think you did?
I mean, it was kind of a one-sided blowout, but I knew it would be. One of the benefits of doing as much debate prep as I do on opponents is I can get a really good gleaning and introspection into their worldview. So I kind of understood where the weaknesses were going to be right from the outset. And so those are the weaknesses that I attacked, which is what the entire position of the debate was supposed to be. So I thought overall it went basically how I kind of assumed that it would.
Right. And what do you think the best thing, because I look at this similar to Dillahunty, this is to sort of tradcon fabric, broken fabric as the Dillahunty, you kind of, I call you a seam ripper, like you rip the seam of the fabric and it sort of starts to unravel and other people start pulling on the loose thread. I think this is a similar situation just in this faux sort of left, let's call it a feminist tradcon space. Do you think that's the same, similar thing we're going to see?
Yeah.
An unraveling?
Yep. Hang on. Let me get away from this giant fucking side. Like this.
I don't think she's going to debate Rachel.
I think that she will.
Okay.
Tim will run enough interference that she might be able to even do somewhat well. But one of the reasons I wanted to do this debate, and I suggested a moderator so that there was no feelings of unfairness. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I'm a very experienced blood sport debater, so I didn't want there to be any of that, but she declined. So that's on her. You know what I mean? And I suggested a really good one. But yeah, it is paradigm shifting, and it's good because this paradigm has needed to be shifted for a while so that we could have a competent conversation about what the fuck we're even talking about.
Right. As far as things that really landed internally, aside from the obvious contradiction of her pushing sinful behavior, aka secular marriage and kids, what do you think else kind of got through the ears, in between the ears there?
Well, I think that the misrepresentation of the red pill by conflating it with the creator itself as the creator being the position of what the red pill is or is not, I think that that'll stick with her. That these were kind of ultimate straw man arguments against, this person represents that though, this person represents that though, not understanding that there's no grounding for descriptive claims made by the red pill. They're just empirical descriptive claims, and that's it.
Yeah. And then I think she's going to take some of these things. I mean, I do commend her for accepting the contradiction and kind of really, we watched it in full. I mean, when you produce silence like that, where people think and they go, oh shit, I'm in a massive contradiction here. That's at least the starting point so that she thinks about it more. But I'm just excited to see how and to what extent other creators cover this? I was wondering what you thought. How
It'll go.
like,
It'll
what's the
go
most-
mega.
yeah.
It'll go mega viral everywhere.
But will the mainstream ignore it?
No, it's harder to contest it with us. So,
Yeah.
there's going to be a lot of Protestants, obviously, who will try to come at us. But I mean, we have the best anti-Protestant debaters on planet Earth, essentially at our disposal.
Mhm.
And from the political seeming, it's going to be really, really hard for people to move over to the Chen side and the what is considered tradcon side of the debate, because they basically just straw man the shit out of the opposition in the most bad faith way possible. And when they have to actually contend with what's being said by their opponents, they fold like a cheap chair.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if you were listening or, just maybe you had something to eat after, but I was looking at like what I was calling the elephant in the room that you know exists, but maybe it wasn't appropriate during that conversation to really go in, is that what we see as the impulse of feminism, you best described most concisely as just an act against a patriarchy. Anything that doesn't affirm that we can call feminism. And I think that's pretty brilliant because it doesn't give anyone wiggle room. It's like there's nowhere else you can go. You have to accept that definition. I don't know how there's no way around it. So the entailment of egalitarianism, if it's saying women are oppressed, well, who are they oppressed by? Mm-hmm.
So if they are oppressed by X group being men, then you're actually fighting against patriarchy. That's what it is. Right. You're fighting against male leadership roles. You're asking for women to have equal leadership roles. You're asking for women to basically be interchangeable widgets, if that's what egalitarianism means. So anything which is the destructive process towards generalized patriarchal systems, and especially ecclesiastical patriarchal systems, is the goal root of feminism. And that's why they wanted to destroy the nuclear family. That's why they want to destroy cross-generational families. That's why they want to do anything which has a head, which is represented by a man, is going to be antithetical to feminist doctrine.
Right. Well, I was looking at it like everything you listed, and while you guys were talking there, I what I was calling the elephant that very well know exists is that, well, if a modern church calls themselves the bride of Christ and they accept that definition, right, biblically, and they're anti-patriarchal, aren't they just a disobedient bride?
Yeah, it's going to be satanic willfulness right out of the gate, right? So you're looking at the reason that submission is such a cause in Christianity is because we must submit to the Lord God. We are called to submit. And men, that is what men are submitting to. Women are submitting to their husbands like they submit to the Lord God. So liken unto the same thing. So what ends up happening is the dynamic is patriarchal from the top down. So any resistance to that is basically an assault on the church itself.
Right. And a key thing for people listening, whether you're Protestant or even women having a reaction to this, is that men are also subject to a patriarchy, right? It's not like
that's
just
correct.
Because they, you know what I mean? So that goes, sometimes people forget that element that we're also submissive, right? To something higher. Right?
We're submissive to our priests are submissive to their bishops. The bishops are submissive to God. I mean, the entire thing is a patriarchal order within the church, but even external to the church, it works exactly the same way, that men themselves have to submit to patriarchal authority as well, even if they're in positions of leadership in it. This is what the conservation effort by the tradcons have failed, and where the red pill has stepped in is by trying to explain that there needs to be a more patriarchal, dominant, male-leading society, which is well within the purview of Christian ethics, and they're fighting it.
Right. Yeah.
Which is insane.
It is.
That's insane. When you have you have 1 million foot soldiers ready to go, and you're fighting them on the one thing that you need them the most for.
Right. And I think that's because they know they're going to be sort of ostracized, right? At least in that authorized right-wing space is like, if you say, no, I'm actually fully pro-patriarchy, it already sounds one step closer to the icky, Christian nationalist trope, right? They're kind of like have their feet in. They're like, well, I am a I am pro-patriarchy, except they're not. Thus
covert feminism. Right. And that is what covert feminism is. is it's a rejection of the patriarchy while at the same time saying that you want to have, no feminism. Feminism, definitionally, is the rejection of patriarchy and the dismantling of patriarchal systems. There's no way around it. And by the way, that's the most charitable viewpoint we can give to feminists, and they still hate it.
Right. It's impossible to argue with.
It is. And so they end up having to stand by it. And that's what exposes these feminists more than anything else, including the right-wing feminists. When you tell them that they must submit to patriarchy, they lose their fucking minds. And this is what many of these red pillars have been rightfully pointing out nonstop. And their positions are just strawmanned all to hell.
Now, this person says feminism was a communist movement. Would it be more appropriate to say,
No, it wasn't. There was an occult movement that started long before communism. Communism adopted feminism, that's true. But occult feminism started way back, and it has Protestant roots. So you're actually incorrect.
It's flopped. Yeah, I was going to flip it to be a little more accurate, that you'd say communism might be feminist in a sense, downstream from it. But even feminism, as we are told, if feminism ultimately is a rejection of authority and a masculine patriarchal authority, feminism itself, definitionally, if we're holding that, is ancient, right? It's like way before any of these modern takes, at least from a biblical perspective.
Yeah, it has its roots in the false idol worships of many gods who basically were sacrificial towards men and wanted to, move the goalpost over towards women being empowered. This has happened many, many times in history, usually to objective failure. But communism itself embraced feminism as part of an anti-Western policy. They embraced abortion. They embraced all of this because the promise of communism was egalitarianism. And that meant that you had to root out patriarchal systems, except, of course, the state. The state itself was the only thing which could be intact. So the first thing they did was kill the czar and everything else, right? They did everything they could to destroy the patriarch who existed so that they could replace it with a feminized version of egalitarianism. Very first thing they did was kill the patriarch. Very first thing.
Right. But then it just leaves you with a weak patriarchy, though. It's not like it ever gets overturned fully, just like egalitarianism is a fake sort of Sims layer that people think they're operating in. And you rightly point out, well, no, the force applicator is always there. So even a weak, what seems to be the absence of a patriarchy in practice is still a patriarchy. It's just a bunch of.
You always have to appeal to the thing to dismantle the thing. Right. So you can have bad patriarchy, which exists, and utilize the egalitarian structures in order to empower women. But ultimately, it chokes their own power dynamic out, because absent any type of check on female behavior, you end up with these massive abortions, voting rights, which leads to wars, the feminization of society. It literally crumbles your society from the inside out. And so what happens is you decay your right to rule right away, right away. That's what you're destroying.
Right. John Mondragons, 1999. Thank you so much. First time listener, Sir Jimbob, got sent over by Andrew. Thanks, Andrew. Love you guys on Fresh and Fit. And I just found out that the Grinder is not a job site to find construction work. No, it's not. Anyone? Oh, love the stream. That's hilarious. Yeah. Don't search Grinder for work. You don't want to do that. If you guys.
Well, I mean, depends on the kind of work, I guess.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's funny. So yeah, also congrats. I think you were close to 6 at some point.
We were just under, we almost hit 6K. 5.9 was our peak.
Congrats.
So
that's awesome. Yeah. More of those, I hope, are coming up with these bigger heads, bigger mouths in the political sphere. Well, I know that
there's also going to be plenty of small time debates as well. That's going to happen as well, because Bloodsport's where my heart is, and we're always going to have debates, even with nobodies. And I think that's another thing that makes us stand out. I want everybody to be able to cut their teeth who wants to.
Awesome. Is there anything else? Any other questions for Andrew while we have him for a minute or so? I'll let him get back to his
food,
lunch or whatever.
I haven't eaten today yet. I'm
all right. I'll just let you go then.
Literally starving, but
okay, man.
But I appreciate you having me on and in covering the event, and we'll talk later, bro.
All right, thanks, Andrew. See you. Yeah, that was a massive win. And maybe, honestly, it may have been better that it wasn't moderated, because I think it might be more accessible for like her to go through things not thinking there's a debate here. Maybe it was like a softer approach, honestly. I also think that going forward, people are only going to say yes to Andrew if it's not a debate. That's just what I think is going to happen, is that it's got to be more of a conversation, because that format is too intimidating, right? He's blood sports. There's no punch held back. By the way, the opening was hilariously awkward. Did anyone catch the opening? I mean, he gets on, and Lauren's like, and he's like, Jessica, yeah, what's her name if she banged Destiny? She was like, there was like an audible record skip. Posh, are you drunk? We should have Posh on. We should have Posh on to discuss, I do want to get Posh on. I want to be trained up in dispensationalism. I think that's a key thing that's maybe not talked about enough, that all the J-namers, they kind of know about, but then they violate it. They collapse it. So they like know about it, but then they're like, well, I got to blame the Jays and then call the Christians the J cucks. So that I want to stay away from the distinction, even though I know what it is. But I think that should be its own stream. In fact, I might have a long ass, interesting yet maybe lower energy stream with someone like Posh, maybe Andrew, maybe Jay Dyer, maybe a quadrant of warriors really getting through to everybody the core of this doctrine that's having a lot of people kind of confused about what the Christian's role is in the modern era, and the distinction between Israel, the place, and Israel, the biblical term, and why a lot of politics and honestly, Protestants in the chat, that take has really sort of buttressed up this idea. That view, that doctrine has really influenced America's role, if America was a Christian nation, right? Has really influenced and it's formed its interactions with Israel. And now this is all coming to sort of like a peak, right? It's a boiling point. And the Christians in America who are, arguing with each other on the loyalty to certain ethno-states, they are arguing from a doctrine. And so you can't really address the geopolitical, at least between the U.S. and Israel, properly from a Christian perspective without looking at some of this disparate doctrine that we're tangled with. So, any other questions regarding the debate or conversation? I think it was a massive W. I'm really excited because that sort of unraveling phenomenon that happens where a paradigm collapses, people scramble, right? They either sit in the discomfort of the paradigm collapsing and they sort of navigate where to go, or they quickly grab something else. So it'd actually be interesting to see, at least in the conservative space, as this broken paradigm of ultimately feminism has completely taken over the political sphere. And what Andrew laid out descriptively for Lauren about what happens in the church when you take in the red-haired, newly saved, baptized in the heresy.com church, now she's going to go on a testimonial tour. He was saying how, well, no, if you just adopt those people in and they become sort of like the face of this vague church of people who just go, well, no, Jesus, that's it. I just need Jesus and there's nothing else to it. They ultimately pervert and saturate even more, if that's possible, what people see as Christianity. And you don't just let them in. It's not all good. There's a lot you have to live with after a life like that. There's a lot of silence that you ought to be holding. There's a lot of penance you ought to be engaging with. But then again, that would mean there's an authority. That means there's a right way to serve. Well, from the modern Christian American sort of like lingering prot view, you don't really have that. You just kind of, you wake up and you 1-800 dial Jesus, and, and it's your own thing, and there is no right way to navigate it. It's just, just go for it. Just do it. It's like Nike. Logan Daly, $5. Lots of prots whining in the chat, prot on the spot. Well, of course they're whining because their modern paradigm is being attacked. I mean, the whole thing is being attacked. I mean, you just look at the difference. You look at who claims to be a church, and you look at some of the trends. That's all you have to do. Look at who's claiming to be the church, the original church of Jesus Christ, and look at the trends. Look at the social accommodations. If there's social accommodations where you walk into a church, and if it's not really different than a Beyonce concert, why would the church be holy? Why would one think a church is a holy place, but a fly on the wall couldn't discern it from a Beyonce concert? Is a house of God worthy of distinction between modernity and eternality? Is it worthy of it? I mean, that's basically what the modern takes are. A church is just a place where you just like kind of hang out and feel good. And well, if the space itself is no different aesthetically, what does that say about how you hold a place of worship in comparison to a place of entertainment? If there's no distinction, I mean, that's kind of brutal. Like, forget interpretation, forget hermeneutics and all that stuff for a second. Just entering a place that's dedicated to the complete focus on Christ and worship, a place dedicated fully to that. If it looks just like a bar, I mean, what does that say about what kind of view is held for the praxis itself? I mean, this wasn't even true for Greeks. That a sculpture worthy of the gods' eyes, it doesn't look like every other sculpture. A building, any building, right? Even to the gods, plural, was not equal to some, place in the street that gave you porridge. Not even close. George 999, properly edited definitive documentary debunking sola scriptura. When? So tired of the Bible, Jesus, fellas piety commenting in every platform. Yeah, they're being attacked now. They're in the symptoms. They're in the repercussions of pick up a Bible, run your own theology. They don't want to take blame. They don't want to own up to the fact that departure from 2,000 years of tradition, that departure has its consequences. And now they're going, oh shit. FB 999, it's kind of sad that so many of these conservative quote YouTubers are frauds. It makes you wonder who is really on their side. Well, the one thing FB I'll grant a little charity on is that someone like Lauren, who has just demonstrated to be inconsistent, I don't think we should go at it like they're frauds. Some of them, like Ben Shapiro, I would say we could be confident to say he's just a fraud. And the reason is he's not willing to really go up against contenders. Now, if Lauren Chen had some inconsistent views and just kind of like get swept up in the trend in the political arena, right? That sort of dialectic that's not really rigorous on philosophy. I wouldn't say that they're fraudulent. And then the question comes like, how many of the talking heads who have big platforms and suits and, studio spaces are frauds versus whether they've just been riding a trend called Conservatism Inc. that's all about owning the libs, doing all sorts of crazy shit, owning the libs. Well, what we're saying now, as demonstrated by this debate conversation with Lauren and Andrew, is that owning the libs is no longer something we have the luxury of doing solely. Where that was something we could all get behind, right? It was like, oh yeah, let's do that. These stupid progressives, they're so lost. Well, what we're seeing now, especially given these the whatever things, as cringe as they are, the one thing that's very apparent is that the brutal attacks from Andrew that really reveal the meaningful distinctions that need to be seen are mostly, if not all, between him and traditional feminists, conservative feminists. So there you go. That's actually true, Carpenter, because you're basically just saying, well, I have the view, I have a Bible, I got it. I ordered my own Bible, it's inscribed. I had an inscription on my Bible. You can't take me from my Bible. You can't take me from my personal things that's just between me and God. And then you go, well, how can you be corrected? How is that a place of humility at all if you're in a place you can't be corrected because you're the interpreter? I mean, wouldn't it be weird to take a position that you're holding this Bible, you're holding this complete canon, right, that you call the Word of God, and you hold it, and you almost like go like this, I'm not letting this go. And it's so bizarre to hold that book and simultaneously have the arrogance to reject, to have the arrogance to say you can interpret it, but the body of Christians that preceded the canon are up at they're questionable. Right? Give me the fruits of your labor. Give me the fruits of your defense. Give me the fruits of your traditions and practice. All the work you did, all of the debates you did, all of the sharing you did, all the traveling, all of the printing you did before printing was a thing. Screw you. I got mine in a vending machine at Chuck E. Cheese. You can't take it away from me. I won that Bible playing the basketball game at Chuck E. Cheese. I shot 21 shots. I got the Bible, not you. How arrogant. Again, if you take a Christian approach, whether you're a man or a woman, if you are a part of a church and you call it a church, and you reject authority, whether it's church or man or husband, you're not part of a church. You're not part of the bride. Mikhail, the communism and anarchy fan, this is stupid. Wow, that's really well thought out. You should tell us about how you're going to make communism happen. The modern conservatives are producing fruits all right. Yeah. Well, you got to gather them, Posh. You got to get all the fruits on our side. You know why, Posh? Because they want lower taxes. And that's enough for me. I think Lauren's really, she's probably... There's two things that are either going to happen. She's either going to internalize all of this, and it's going to be glorious. Or she's going to stew and double down and do a sort of a week of reactions, doubling down. Church of Theological. Communism has worked exactly as intended. Yeah. That's the funny thing is, You're right, actually. It's also been ironically fully funded by capitalists. Isn't that funny? Like, oh, what do you got to do? We got to secure communism. And you're like, we need some capital. What? FB 999. Also, I don't get how you could think people were just practicing the faith wrong up until the 1500s, right? Or that they had the right view of Scripture, right? They had the same Scripture, right? Also, what gave the Protestants the authority to rip pages out and make salvation claims? Correct? Well, they would say that the Holy Spirit made them do it, right? But everything leading up to that is false. So they keep all the things they agree with, and they, and then they go, well, I don't really believe that interpretation. Okay. So what methodology? Okay. How many times did Christ even mention the word? That's called a word concept fallacy, one of the lowest tier fallacies you could make. Congratulations. No one's going to listen to you now. Don't you think Sola Scriptura, one true church, present the same dilemma? What do you mean? Like, are you saying that by Scripture alone? No. This is why it's not a dilemma, because sola scripturists have to appeal to Scripture as the ultimate authority, but then they need to explain to you how Scripture came to be, which necessitates a previous authority. So no matter how you look at it, one true church, if you argue one true church, you do argue that church preceded Scripture, but a sola scripturist can't do that. So it's not the same dilemma. Because a sola scripturist saying, by Scripture, that's the ultimate authority. Well, it wasn't, because there had to be an authority that actually gave you Scripture. I mean, it's the easiest thing to refute. There had to have been an authority that was guiding liturgies, lectionaries, right, oral traditions, the Scripture itself. There's no section that told you what books go into the Scripture or not. So obviously the Scripture can't be the ultimate authority, because there's no Scripture that makes a list of what ought go into the Scripture and what stays out. I mean, there's two massive... I don't even understand how you can be a sola scripturist with those two defeaters. They're defeaters. They're not just good arguments. They are defeaters. Have you experienced the kingdom of God? Have you experienced the kingdom of God? That authority is God, not man. Well, if you accept God works through man, right, and that there's a bride called the church, then the church would be the authority to tell you that God's the authority. So you still need a church to tell you, even if we, in a sort of colloquial sense, in an ultimate sense, we say God is the authority, of course. Nobody disagrees with that. That's in an ultimate sense. But the irony is that you couldn't really argue that without a church delivering the statement to you and preserving traditions and interpretations of such a statement. So you get into a little bit of a problem there. That's what I thought. What's your bear name, dude? You don't have any arguments. Asking someone some, cryptic, nebulous question. Have you experienced the kingdom of God? Right. We're going to assume that means the same thing to us. Come on. Get the hell out of here, dude. Yeah, if God gave us the Scriptures, right? If God was the authority, right? That through God, through revelation, we have what we have. I mean, you can't remove men. In fact, to even state the claim God is the authority, if you were my father, I'd have to give you some sort of authority to believe you. Right? That's like saying, this is what's so funny about sort of like these heretical fully esoteric takes. Esoteric meaning knowledge from within, exo from without. The contradiction with esotericism as the end-all be-all, similar to some of the problems with the solas, all of them, is that the moment you say, it's all from within, it's all from within. Well, the moment you say that, someone listening, it's now no longer true. Because you just listen to someone stating that that's the case, right? So is it true? I've just gone exoteric by listening. FB 499. Seriously though, I met Protestants that said Mother Teresa is going to hell. How can they be this arrogant? Yeah, I mean the knowledge of judgment alone that's a red flag. The knowledge of judgment is a massive red flag. For you personally, when you receive revelations from God, I wouldn't argue that I receive revelations. That's insane. You receive revelations? Yeah, okay, so why don't you write a new book in the Bible then? Because if it's the case that you've received true revelations from God, we couldn't argue that you would write new books to the Bible. Now, are you okay writing new books to the Bible, I heart Samus? Because that's the consequence. Now, this is where you back off, right? That's all you have to ask. Someone who goes, I'm seeking new revelation, I don't need the church to tell me if I'm listening to a demon or not. Okay. How could you possibly argue if I asked you, okay, are you confident enough in your, quote, experience to write a new book of the Bible? Why not? Why not? Because you'd back off, right? You'd go, well, no, not that much. I mean, you don't even know what a revelation is, right? Yeah, Dustin, how do you even know what the concept of revelation is? Why would you need the Bible at all, in fact? Why wouldn't you just rewrite it, in fact? In fact, we should give you a challenge. I heart Seamus. Why don't you sit in a cave for a year and see if you can write a Bible that's from the Logos incarnate? It's insanity. This is all just debunking the worst. Well, Lane, what we're saying here is that the worst of Protestantism is still downstream from Protestantism. So you going like, oh, well, you're just focusing on the worst of the worst. This is what the feminists do with feminism. Notice the trend here. That someone like Lauren Chen and the other tradcon people, that feminism is bad. Our feminism is good. Now, what we're saying, it's very similar, by the way, because Protestants are the first, not the first, but the most recent modern feminists. And I say feminist because I'm equating claiming to be the bride of Christ as a church, but rejecting authority. That's feminism. So you're pretending that there's no consequences logically from the position by pointing to some bad things you don't like. That's not how it works. Consequences are not the problem, right? If I tip over a bunch of, if I caused a bunch of dominoes to fall, and you go, well, look at those dominoes at the end. I really don't like how messy they are. See, that's the problem. And I'm saying, no. Who tipped over the dominoes? Who tipped over the dominoes is the question. Will there ever be new revelation? I don't even know if biblically that's consistent. That'd be a question for like Posh or Jay Dyer. This is going to get worse, by the way. The modern take of Christianity, as we know it in the West, is just going to get worse. But the sooner you see that it's the initial rejection of authority that ends in these sort of lingering effects. These are lingering effects. These are not the cause of the effect. These are effects. The church is they have the church has a pronoun. The church, you know, it's like the church, the bride of Christ has her own. I want my own bank account. I don't need to listen. I just have my own stuff. They both, I'm assuming you're referring to Catholic and Eastern Orthodoxy. Yeah, that's at least a strong position. Even if you could debate that, it's already way better than the modern take. Way better. Is the experience of the noose revelation from God? I don't think so. I think there's a difference between, let's say, an epiphany, where something could be revealed to you, but you wouldn't turn it into a scripture or doctrine. You wouldn't add some sort of tradition to it just from your experience. Now, if you got an epiphany, you would still want it, under the microscope of your theology, right, and the authority to kind of like examine. But the question itself is, it's almost like someone taking an epiphany and calling it a theophany. Like, you can't collapse theophanies with epiphanies, and I think that's what's happening. Is like people use their spirit, and they use like some experience, and then they start drumming up these like emotions and experiences, and then they kind of feel like, well, there it was. And you can't run with that. I'm not saying it's not possible, because obviously it's logically possible. It's just that the question of whether it's possible and whether it's some sort of delusion, like some sort of spiritual delusion, not like you're a delusional person, like prelest, like a spiritual ailment. Because then what happens? What do you start believing? Everybody starts believing their own, quote, religious experiences, right? They have their own personal, direct line to the whisperer. Now that's why the 2,000-year-old preserved church, the position that the faith is delivered, it's just praxis now. It's just narrow path, walking a line. But people don't like that. People want to discover something like that, like Christianity, especially in the truther world. I mean, it's rampant. Like, Christianity is some sort of like lifelong scavenger hunt. And it's so cool because, you get a $1 Bible at the store, and you just open it up wherever, and it's always going to apply. It's like your horoscope. It's like Jesus' horoscope. And then you're going to search more. And then, why not call your friends that you met at church and be like, let's have a Bible study and just forget all of church history. Let's just read it in our kitchen together. And you, Todd, what do you think of that? Todd, what do you think that's saying? Okay, that's an interesting take. What about you, Debbie? What do you think it's there's no right answer here. There's no, don't be influenced by Todd. It's your time to speak. You're holding the cross now. We passed the cross. If you're holding the cross, it's your turn to talk. Those are the rules. Debbie, go ahead. Don't feel nervous. No, it's not going to sound stupid. We won't judge you for your interpretation that you're coming up with on the spot. Remember, guys, we made a pact. We don't judge. We love and accept here. Debbie. No, okay, sorry. Debbie, sorry, that one rule is that you're not allowed to pass it, though. You have to actually say your interpretation. So we gather them, and we put them in a hat, and then we basically just pray for a week, and whoever picks up, we pick out of the hat next week, and whoever interpretation is picked. Look what YouTube's doing to me. 666. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. 666 viewers. Get out of here. Someone drop out. What if Debbie's take is fire, though? What if it is? What if it is? Warm and fuzzies. Yeah, like those, remember those chicks who tried to go after Andrew? Like, they talked and then they go, and then me and Kendall prayed really hard and God delivered. God was like, do a stream with a bunch of online hookers and expose these people. This is, like if you see that, you go, oh shit, if that's possible from that view, think about what else is possible. All the other things that are possible. I mean, let me show you a clip of something here. Let me show you something quick. Check this out. Where is it? There we go. Make sure this audio's here. Listen to this. Watch this. Watch this. Lesbians! Notice how he didn't mention, I don't know. I mean, did they talk after and they go, well, there's no audio? For real? Lesbian! There's no audio? Damn it. It's worse. Honestly, it's worse with the audio. You have no idea. Worse. See if I can get this going again. Monitor. Having audio issues lately with my OBS for some reason. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. Let's do that again. Sorry to do this to you, but you have to watch it.
Kelly and Maya, do you freely recommit yourselves to love each other as
would they
holy
break
spouses
up? Did they break
and
up?
to live in peace and harmony together forever?
We do. I do.
Loving God, increase and consecrate the love which Kelly and Maya have for one another. The rings that they have exchanged are the sign of their fidelity and commitment. May they continue to prosper in your grace and blessing. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. May God's blessing be yours, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Yeah? Lesbians! See, they did the crossing of the heart. The priest affirmed it, right? I mean, they talk about how do you consummate? How do you consummate? He says he was trying to consecrate this union. What is the union? Toward what? The dogs? To the dogs they're going to buy? To what? Angelicans. I think they're Nouveau Ordo, something like that. Yeah, Atheist Factory. So the thing is, there's no sacrament. They can't possibly uphold any foundation there. That's the good news. Now, the bad news is it's a complete perversion of everything good. But the good news is they can't stand on anything. There's nothing that can keep it intact. Why? Because it ultimately has to be a patriarchal system that keeps it intact. Nothing else could keep it intact. So it just becomes a coven. It's like a witch coven. There's nothing. Subversion, perversion, mockery. There's no foundation. There's no legitimate authority. It falls apart. So you kind of, in a sense, you let it, but you fight against it and call it for what it is. But if that's their own, quote, church, and you agree that people can start their own churches and there's no authority, how can you pretend to be upset? How can you possibly pretend to be upset? You can't. Patristic faith, what's going on, man? To be born again is to be baptized in the Orthodox Church. You can't be born again. Yeah, they just call it that. It's just like it's like this wave came over them, and now it's gonna, you're reborn. But then it's like, into what? It's like a very Disney approach to becoming the butterfly. Like, I was in a cocoon of darkness, and now for those of you who don't know, I'm waving my hair. There's a lot of like long, wet, dripping hair right now. That's what I'm doing. Again, there's good news to it because it's clearly a perversion. It's counterfeit to something. It's mimicking something. It's always mimicking. Even the lesbians and the gay dudes. It always reduces to some sort of norm, faux masculine, faux the father, faux the mother, faux the man, faux the woman. It always reduces down to it, right? They're always mimicking the proper form, the proper expression. The progressives, they hate traditionalism, but let's start a church. Oh, I hate this whole system of, family and all this, the nuclear family is just, offensive. We should adopt. Carly. Nominalism. What's your opinion on Chen essentially praising Nala? Well, I mean, she got an earful for it. I mean, she's trying to praise any win. And this is a thing. When you hold a position like Chen does, that was completely exposed by Andrew today, and the position is a secular position, let's face it, it's a political position. If you hold a political position and you sort of tie it to your theology a little bit, right? Just like, oh, okay, well, mostly I'm political, but I'll try to make it work with my theology. What you do is you take these small wins. Now, I'm not saying taking small wins itself is a problem, but if you're in the political arena and you're stuck in the left-right thing and you're trying to hold on to some concept of conservatism, and some porn star shuts down her OnlyFans and comes out and says, I was baptized at the heresychurch.com. Now I'm going on a tour, a testimonial tour. Well, from that, it's not really surprising, is it, that she takes that as a win? Wouldn't you take it as a win? If you were in that paradigm, wouldn't you take it as a win? You would. What else would be a win from the political view? If your entire worldview is constrained to American politics, left, right, of course you'd take that as a win. Even if you're a general sort of born again, Christ alone, dip your head, you're going to take that as a win. Well, that's good news, right? Well, you could only take that as a win if there's no authority to guide penance, to guide, because if let's say Nala went to an Orthodox church and she started going to some liturgies and she was like, what's all this about? And she talked to the priest, and slowly it's uncovered her past and what she's doing and trying to redeem herself. Well, the problem with the modern take of Christianity is that confession is now a public thing. You confess to the masses, and then they choose to redeem you, the masses. Right? That this exchange. This is not humility. This is mob rule. Whereas if she had gone to a church, there would have been, the priest would have ultimately said, this is something I'm confident in saying, at least. They'd probably say, well, we advise you to maybe stay off public media, social media for a bit. It's a time for humility, for reflection, right? A time for ultimately preparing for confession. This is why the difference between a modern church, which is like, push the button and the stage opens. I grew up in a church like that, by the way. Pastor James Finn, long white ponytail, snakeskin boots, full suit, red Fender guitar, Mercedes, push button pool. Anytime you felt like you were going to go up and dip yourself, there's no talking with a proper authority. Are you serious about this? There's no catechism. There's no process by which you shed your broken views, your broken practices. Nothing like that. It's basically like, oh, you're ready for the fight? Who needs training? Nobody. Okay? That's the difference. Look at Roosh. Remember Roosh V? Did he go on a sort of a massive testimonial tour? Ultimately, no, he went toward silence, even if he started that way, announcing, oh man, I've been off the mark. Is it useful to tell people you've been off the mark? Yeah. But if you guide yourself and if you just dunk your head, there's no structure. You just dunk your head? What the hell? Yeah, I'm going to dunk my head and then go on tour. Just go on tour after I dunk my head. Isn't the goal of Andrew's testimony tour? Well, I don't think he's doing testimony, though, EBT. What Andrew does mostly, and I would love to do more of, is attacking their worldview. You can't share faith. You can't share Christianity with people through a filter that's broken. You know what I mean? It's not like, some magical words get through all of their maze, right? Where you really think a feminist paradigm is going to properly interpret the opportunity of a Christian life. It's almost not even a good idea. Like, if, quote, testifying to a bunch of feminist OnlyFans results in them becoming dipped, right? Dip and dash. You might as well have a drive-through. This is one of those ideas I wish I didn't say because it seems like it's going to be obviously true. You might as well have a drive-through baptism system. Just attach it to the car wash. Do we publicly confess to the church? Yeah, the church. Is everybody out in the internet world the church, EBT? No. I mean, it used to be public, public, but confession is not an announcement to the church, at least in practice today. But regardless, it's in the church, it's through the church, it's in a place of God, it's not on a podium. So there's no contradiction there. You don't confess to heathens. They don't care. They don't care. They don't give you your redemption. They don't accept, okay, you're forgiven. I've declared it so. I did it. I had a wand. Nala? Good luck with your butthole. I mean, how soon? Duncan Demons, yeah. How soon? Duncan Demons, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, let's just look it up, honestly. Let's just look it up. Drive-through baptism. How many locations? Here we go. All right, here we go. Drive-through baptism. It's already a term. Drive-through, okay. Baptism fails, drive-through. Priest goes viral after using holy water and a squirt gun through a drive-through. Yeah, okay. Drive-by baptisms. Yeah, it's already a thing. I mean, it's already a thing. Who am I kidding? Do you think I'm going to come up with any more parody? Do you really think I'm going to actually come up with anything new? Man. Bring on the jaw harp master. I haven't talked to Posh in a long time. Online. On here, I mean. $10 from Zero Fallout. Thank you, Zero Fallout. Red Pill is not a monolith. The philosophy was always meant to be a shield and not a weapon. I respect you and Andrew for at least coming to the table with us. We agree on the return of the patriarchy. Yeah, I'm in no way, shape, or form a well-versed in the history, of Red Pill, other than it seems to be a reaction to something that's legitimate. And obviously the limits, Zero Fallout, is that it's descriptive. And if you do want the patriarchy, even your statement, we agree on the return of the patriarchy, is an ought statement. So what we're trying to do is get the red pillars to understand the impossibility of not taking a prescriptive position. Here's why. Even if we weren't talking about how to, quote, fix society through reinstating a more rigorous patriarchal system. For the red pillar to say we ought to accurately describe reality is itself becomes a meta-ethical position. That the moment you argue from a red pill position that we ought to, right, because this claim is, well, we're just describing reality how it is, man. And we commend you for it. We need more people describing reality how it is, because that's how we further discern remedies, and figure out a way around these things. But the moment you say we ought to get a grasp on what's going on, you are making a value judgment about the truth itself. And that's why it's unavoidable. That's why red pillars and libertarians, maybe anarchists, they really should stop saying, oh, bro, don't push me on a knot. I'm just describing things accurately here. Dude, it's just descriptions, bro. Well, we say, okay, why? FB seriously thought I met Protestants that said Mother Teresa. Oh, you already read that one. Harrison Parker, we be doing this. Thank you. Member for 17 months. Big W in the chat for Harrison Parker. you too can become a member of the Made by Jimbob channel. Many of our followers here buy people memberships. Appreciate that. Great way to support. Let me check Bob chats. See if we got anything else going over here. And then, who knows, maybe we'll bring someone on. I'm not sure. $5 over at the Bob chats comes in. Panopticon. Thank you, Panopticon. Panopticon says, which Christian denomination would you say is the closest to Judaism only in terms of focus on education, scriptural study, and its adherence? These seem to be why they are so successful in regards to running many institutions, Nobel Prizes, and higher birth rate. Might be worth learning from their focuses. I think, now correct me if I'm wrong in the chat for people who are better versed, it seems that something close to Judaism would be some form of like a legalistic approach to Christianity, like a bunch of works doing repeated things. So there's probably a couple of candidates there, honestly. Catholicism has its legalism, but there might be another candidate there that maybe Posh or someone else, or feel free in the chat to name them. Sword of Revelation says, you will never quote me as saying Scripture isn't necessary. All Scripture is God-breathed. Right. However, the question that's relevant today, Sword, is the interpretation God-breathed? Because that ends up being the problem. So, even if we, for the sake of just hoping to understand what you mean by that, if it was granted, the question is, okay, we've got text, the breath of God through text, right? The question is, what's the interpretation? Is this more God breath? I mean, what's the interpretation of that one? That's an interesting one. What was meant by that? Well, I don't know. I'm just praying for some God breath right now so I can figure it out, though. I mean, not to take the piss out of you, but it is vague kind of stuff. So, any other questions coming in regarding this particular topic? Maybe I'll have more people on, depending on what we want to talk about here. We need Debbie. Yeah, where's Debbie? Debbie said she's coming back later. Better than dog breath? That's true. Carpenter says, even if we all agree that the scripture is without error, who are you to decide? Yeah, the ought. Like, how do you practice? Is there a right way to do church, right? I mean, is there? Is there? Patristic Faith, I sent you a Discord. Someone is doing what they call atheist presuppositionalism, and they're dead serious about it. It'd be a fun stream at some point. I saw Lauren Chen's thumbnail of her conversation with Andrew. It was really cringe. Some women holding up a picket sign that says human rights are women's. Yeah. That didn't even come up, by the way. That's going to come up further if she debates. Now, I hope she does. I really hope she follows through with her debate with Rachel. But after that whooping, I couldn't blame her for being hesitant, honestly. Sword of Revelation says, there is no private interpretation of the scriptures. Believe what you want. Christ will instruct you. Sounds private. Sounds kind of private. Sounds like a contradiction. There's no private interpretation, but Christ is going to have a private, what do you call it? What's the de Bergerac story, the old French story that Roxanne was based on? Cyrano. You're saying there's no private interpretation. There's just Cyrano de Bergerac. Just like a earpiece. Hello? Jesus? Hello? You there? Damn, his connection. Jesus? Can you just tell me this one word? I know there's been a lot of work being done over the past 2,000 years on etymology and translations, but I was just hoping you could come through. I'm really just struggling with what this word meant. Cyrano was the guy with, he was the, massive nose for no reason, right? Yeah. Did Cyrano de Bergerac have an early life section, a childhood section on Wikipedia? How would you respond to iconography in the Orthodox Church, given that the first 400 years of church history fought against iconography? Well, no, you're reducing iconography probably in this question to images, right? That tell stories. Well, no, because Scripture itself is a form of imagery that tells a story. So you're basically saying iconography is like imagery, right? Because that's how we mostly interact with it. Like there's imagery, but iconography is the term icon itself is not reduced. So your position, Farney, would be trying to isolate what you think is meant by iconography in the sense of veneration of images that depict stories or feast days that guide the faith and also keep the focus inside of the liturgical service. Keep the focus on Christ. But that would just mean you're just assuming icon itself is only reduced to image, and that would just be a false starting assumption, right? It's just false. And Posh said, Posh, you want to jump on and clarify this historically? I know Posh wants to get on here. Posh, correct this. This is I think this is important enough for you to get your drunk ass on here. I just put the link in the chat. Hello, Posh. Come on, Posh. Get backstage, Posh. I don't care how much you're slurring. No one cares how much you're slurring. Hello, Posh.
Hello. I'm not actually, as I said, I'm only partly drunk.
Okay. So that would be mostly drunk
Lunch is
for
over,
like
we
me.
can be degenerate.
Right, yeah. Go back down to the streets. Go ahead and do that correction, Posh. The statement was, let's actually read it if I can find it.
No, I heard it. Like,
you
first
remember?
400 years, it was all iconoclasm. Like, no.
Slurbian. That's good. That's good. Nicely done, Eek. Okay, go ahead.
Done. The thing is, people come to these conclusions because, as you said, the term icon or the term image, which would be the Latin version of it, that's not about pictures. I think the first time I jumped on the stream was about this very topic. Right? An idol, these commandments against graven images. The whole idea of having an image is to have something that serves as a type of body for a spiritual entity, like gods, if you believe they were ancestral spirits or whatever. Right, in these more, how shall we say, developed civilizations, like the ones we would have found around the area, which would include, of course, Greece and later Rome. You had absolute massive statues, like masterfully built and things like that. They were then indwelled with the spirit of that entity you were worshipping, be it Zeus or Apollo or whatever type of Egyptian or some type of Middle Eastern deity. It's not about having a picture. And if you're going to say, well, then, but you pray to an icon, that is a thing we call like type prototype. Everything that you do to the type, you do to the prototype is passed on to the prototype. That is part of us being made in the image of God as well. This is why Christ commands. I will get to the specifics, but this is the general point. If you're going to have the idea of rejecting the idea of icons, you're going to have to reject the idea of being made in the image of God. And the whole thing of Christ saying, what you do to the least of these, you do to me. Because as imagers of God, as being made in the image of God, we are supposed to treat other people with that in mind. Because what you do to that person, it's like you're doing it to Christ. So that is all throughout the Gospels, right? This is why mercy is always called upon as the highest virtue, not some type of, this would be like red pillish, right. A rouge pill.
A rouge pill. Maroon pill?
Perhaps.
Well, also to add to that, Posh, that spaces like the home is also under the category of an icon, that this is a representation in a sense. There's a metaphysical aspect, not just like this is the image of God called my house, right? This is like there's a deeper meaning that if you looked into, as Posh is delivering now, that no, it's not reduced to like there's an image and you're like, oh, it's a graven image, like this is terrible. There's a lot more to it than that.
Yes. So again, first of all, human beings are to be images of God. The commandments against graven images, which is what a lot of people would say if they say, oh, for the first 400 years or something, they would read the Apostolic Fathers or a bit later on the writings. They were writing against images, and they hear, oh, it's against icons. And then we flipped, whether obviously through Constantine. If you've got a bad bowel movement, it's Constantine, apparently. But this is all the misunderstanding. It is the fact that Christianity was so successful against paganism that we have lost the practice of making the actual idols, the ones that were forbidden. And now we're left mostly with, well, completely with just things we call idolatry, as in akin to idolatry. You idolize money, you idolize certain people, practices, but idolatry proper is perhaps under some mountains in Switzerland or something. They're not public things anymore, and this was done very quickly. Thanks to Constantine actually converting, because once you lose the emperor, the whole system falls apart. And then gradually, as Christianity spread, it clamped down on idolatry in other places. But then, if you then lose that original meaning, and now for you image is just picture, you're going to start reading idolatry into everything. So that's why I say, and Father Deacon Ananias in the chat also said, Christology and iconography are very, very, interlinked, because Christ is the image of the Father, the image. No one has seen my Father, but who has seen me, he has seen him, etc.
Right. Keep in mind, there's also I don't know the correct word. I don't know if it would be consecration, but there are practices or elements, let's say, of paganism. This is the sort of Adam Green, Reddit tier position that, Christianity is just this remnant, like borrowed from paganism. It's some weird continuation. And there's a distinction between, like, there could be something a pagan did or a pagan used, and the Christians could take it and reformat it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So this isn't synchronism. This is here's a good example. Baal is the one who's supposed to be riding the clouds, but in the book of Daniel, we hear, you will see the Son of Man riding on the clouds. So there are those who have the liberal or these anti-Christian people who have interpreted that as, oh, this is obviously the Israelites borrowing pagan Canaanite, what should we say, mythology or illustration or titles, because Baal also called himself King of Kings. But from the biblical perspective, this is actually a corrective, right? It's Baal and his father El are supposed to be now the dominant deities in that region, etc., because Baal wins so much that he loses apparently everything, but he's still the winner, right. The ultimate gamma. But that imagery is deliberately not subverted, but counteracted by saying, no, it's the God or Yahweh, right? The creator God of everything, including these, little treacherous beings, and his son who shall be dominant, and that's why they borrow it. So in the same way, when you have local practices being repurposed, right, not just adapted, as in full cloth, we had this deity, but then we flipped it over to this saint or something. We have that in like Slavic mythology. People say, oh, you had Perun, and then he was turned into, Saint Elijah was turned into him, and like, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about Perun, nor do you know anything about Elijah, because why he's associated with thunder has nothing to do with Slavic mythology. It's in the Bible why he's associated.
Even a
with
really
thunder.
basic sense, Posh, like if someone took land or an old building that pagans were using for some weird rituals, you wouldn't suddenly be like, we have to just, wall this off and never let anyone buy it because of what happened here, right? There is an aspect of conquering, but also consecrating. And I debated, not fully debated, but I was debating this Sneeko guy in his car, and we were talking about the use of like music, right? And how this kind of like this impulse, it's actually in their Quran, that like instruments. I argued with someone, why is it that you think instruments altogether are evil? And the logic was because it was once used for some sort of demonic element, right? Well, that would be true of pens and ink now and shoes and all sorts of things. That's why this unguided rigor, right?
Circling around the black cube.
The black stone. Yeah. So that's a problem if you're just trying to be rigorous in this kind of view to say, well, anything that was similar to something else now needs to be disposed of, or else it's really questionable. Well, no, that would just throw out, at least in the Christian paradigm, that whole concept of making your house your icon. What if something happened in my house years ago, right? Does that mean I couldn't, have it blessed suddenly? Like, well, you know what I mean? Like, so
it's part of the yearly cycle that we have our house blessed. Obviously, you do that. You can call your priest anytime, right? Something horrible can happen. And this is not, by the way, that some soul died angry and stayed there
saging
lingering.
them out. Yeah, you're saging them out.
Like that's not a thing. Those are demons. Including the appearances, right, like of your loved ones. Even we have seen John Chrysostom, so it's very early on, right, in the 4th century, that we get problems like these, being this clash between the pagan understanding, which in pagan understanding you could see why they would think, oh, this was an angry soul or someone who died tragically and now wants revenge and they need to be soothed or or
Sure,
something.
yeah.
They need to be brought to peace, right?
Guide it out. Go back to sleep. It's okay. I have a question from Tenublet. Thanks, Tenublet, for $5. He says, is it your position that outside of the Orthodox Church that a person can't find salvation in Christ? I'm confused with all of yours and Andrew's prot criticism. No, I mean, from my view, that we don't make declarative statements about someone's salvation, but you could make some judgments about the wholeness of the faith. And if there was a probabilistic argument, which I would, it's probably not a good idea to make probabilistic arguments about salvation in general. But if you were to be forced to, you'd be like, well, wouldn't you veer toward the wholeness of practice, the wholeness of the church? So that could be argued. Now, the irony here is that some of the Protestant positions, they don't all take the same, is that they claim knowledge of judgment, in fact, right? It's actually the opposite.
Yes, this ties into the topic you were covering earlier, but to answer this specifically, it was never a statement that there was some legal contract you have with the Orthodox Church that means you're saved, and if you don't, you're damned. Because, first of all, we don't see salvation as a legal or litigious problem. It is the fact, and again, when we say we don't make claims on judgment, it's because the heart is judged, and the one who judges the heart. That sounds like Andrew. Yeah. But what I mean is, when you join the Orthodox Church, it's not that you now can rest. Oh, thank God, now there we go.
Tramp stamp.
Yeah, actually, the burden increases. And this was a thing even in ancient Israel. You had levels of expectations of moral purity, right? So the high priest was obviously supposed to be the most clean, if we can say that. This goes into ceremonial cleanliness as well, not just moral ones. Obviously, moral implies the same thing, but then you have the regular priests, then you have like the common folk, and all of these are sort of strata of cleanliness that is expected. So as Orthodox, as if we truly believe ourselves to be the new Israel, we are expected to have a certain level of moral cleanliness or virtue that we couldn't expect of others outside the church because they were not granted as much grace. Again, as much, I don't mean some type of, you can measure it like I don't know whether it be volume or mass or something. No, it is, you are not now a special boy. You were granted this option, you have taken it, and now you have to follow that through.
Right,
as St. Paul says, right, that's also relative, but you should have higher expectations of yourself as someone baptized in the Church of God than someone who is outside of it. Now, there is no salvation outside of the body of Christ, but we don't know who is ultimately attached to it. If they were geographically completely disconnected from it, if they were in whatever situation that precluded them from engaging with it properly. This is up to God to judge, not up to us. We are told to consider ourselves the worst of sinners because that is what even St. Paul did. It's not about saying we can weigh things and, okay, well, I only killed 3 hookers, you killed 5, so you're worse. Well, maybe.
Based.
so again, that is why we mean whom God, it's not again whom God saves as in predestination or election or something like that. It's who does what has been given to them the most, who is the most sincere. And if they were given little, little shall be required. And that's why I keep bringing people to the parable of, the master going away on a trip and leaving these talents, right? These, which would be weights of gold to servants.
Same with knowledge, right? We're judged by the knowledge we have.
Yes.
So that would give us our wickedness would be measured against our knowledge, right? Chad says, this is where I see the issue. Seems EOC members downplay the historical severity of anathema. Well, the thing with that statement is that assumes that there's an authority to determine what anathema is and how to manage it, right? So
anathema isn't like bishops send you to hell or something. I don't know what is the
right, but even if there was a problem, right? Like, let's say we're like, fine, right? Like, if it was granted but not conceded, like, you're still assuming there's some authority. So who's the authority now, right? And
no, I can see this as an internal critique. Like, you proclaim anathemas, but then say, well, we don't know who is saved. But there is no internal contradiction with that. Anathemas are cast on those who have, and again, we need to remember all of the heresies, all of the wicked acts of men are ultimately from demons, but we participate in that. So it is a deception, and these people were deceived. Whether they realize it or not is going to be between them and God, because God knows their heart. Because maybe they were struggling internally, but had like a game face on, right?
Sure.
So they were trying to seem tough, but that is for God to judge. That does not mean that the church will tolerate heresies, because it won't. And those bishops or other members of the clergy especially are going to be held to an even higher standard. So if a bishop becomes a heretic, that's much worse than some old lady who's like, well, I don't know, you're going to explain like some intricate piece of like the filioque to some granny, who's barely literate. Like, that's not going to work. And of course it's not going to work. God never expected that. When we say theologian, that's why we mean someone who is deeply spiritual and has known God through that. You're not going to get propositional with God. He is ineffable. You can only know him through the faculties that were given to us, and that is spiritual. That is how people become saints, through theosis.
Posh hates old ladies, old grannies. Logan, $10.
That's not true. I love old people unless they're communists.
Right. Posh says some good stuff, but does he shave his arms? Lift up your shirt. Show us your tummy. Show us your belly button.
I am one of the least hairy people on earth.
Sit down.
You wouldn't know the difference if I did.
We'll do this.
Can I tell the joke? I always watch these things, and as a joke comes to me, and I couldn't say it.
Great.
The biggest critique of Wes Watson is that every person should know, even men, that you don't wear white when you're on your period. So I hate not being able to tell these jokes, and like, God damn it!
I wish I had that on hand on stage. That would have been glorious. Now I get the Cyrano de Bergerac concept.
I have to say it's Cyrano.
Oh yeah, Cyrano. Continuing the image. Do you mind explaining the kissing of the images, Posh? Mm-hmm. Make it concise, please. Eloquent.
Sorry, I drew.
He wants you to explain the venerating the images. Yeah.
Right. So you're going to have these cultural aspects to it, right? There are parts of the Orthodox Church where you kiss the priest's hand, and others where you don't, because it's culturally not a way in which you show respect to authority. For example, in Serbia, and in other places as well, but in Serbia, I can speak with knowledge. It used to be that women would kiss their husband's hand, right? But then you have the Victorian thing where man kisses a woman's hand. Now, in the Victorian sense, it's this sort of expression of romance or affection, but in our context, it was a recognition of authority. So that's one thing. When we kiss images, we are showing fondness and affection for the saints, because all of these saints, they're not saints of their own. They are saints because of their participation with God, because they've gone through a theosis sufficiently to be with him now. And we ask for intercessions and assistance, because, and I have to repeat this again and again, God made both man and angels to share in his power and authority. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need any help whatsoever. But he does it out of love. This is the way we commune with each other. Angels were created, as I said, for this purpose, but then man, again, is created for this purpose. And failure to respect authority is also going to be held against us, because that's what Satan did. Now, it's not direct, one-to-one correspondence between disrespecting like your priest and, Satan causing the fall of Adam and Eve. But at the same time, these saints now fulfill a role that was meant for mankind from the beginning, which was part of the cause of the angelic fall, because man was prepared to be higher than the angels, and those who were too prideful to accept that rebelled, and the angels who were not were completely chuffed, because hierarchy is a good thing, and the hierarchy of God is a hierarchy of love, not of domineering, and that's why we see fallen hierarchy as domineering.
You'd think a linguist would know what the word eloquent means. Is kissing a guy's ring gay? Not if it's a boobs ring. That's
or a pizza ring.
Or a pizza ring. 21st Century Mind 999. Oh, here's the guy I debated the other day. He was arguing for Posh. I don't know if you saw. I didn't engage with his. He was arguing against preterism. I think he was arguing against full preterism as opposed to partial preterism. But maybe he would argue both. And he was basically arguing against Christianity, and I asked why, and he couldn't answer. If a scientist unlocked the keys to virtual or biological immortality, is eternal life not an example of human potentiality apart from religion, as Christians would prevent humanity from its potential? The hypothetical itself would violate the worldview itself, that it would be a category error to even posit a hypothetical, because virtual or biological is not the grounding for life, death in the Christian view. Okay?
This would go against our anthropology. This reminds me of when vegan gains asked you. But when vegan gains asked you if there was a man not made in the image of God, well, but first of all, you're not going to achieve it. If you say virtual, I suppose he means like computer stuff, virtual, not like as in like almost there. You're not going to get that, because humanity is not merely some type of algorithm functioning in a biological suit, and then you engage it with like a supercomputer or whatever.
Right. And it's not one-to-one analogous ever, even our language, right? So you couldn't make the one-to-one replication. There's always something outside or something immaterial that you couldn't argue that was identical to the matter. In fact, we know this is not even a possibility, because even now we don't have a virtual world or a virtual simulation like he's referring to, and yet we know that the concept or the information we have for, say, I always use the term apple, or Jay always use coconuts, right? That the concept, the universal and particulars we describe, are never embedded in the matter. So it's never the case where the meaning and the info will be identical to the matter. And that's why the whole hypothetical, it already stops even without a spirit like examining or inquiring about like what if we materialize the spirit? That's a contradiction, already a contradiction. Gnostic informant. You could add to that. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to say it's fun to explore these things, but ultimately I couldn't answer you, because it's so hypothetical that I don't know what would transpire. Because I suppose, do you mean biological immortality? We can go to an extent where you don't die of old age, right? You somehow can get enough vitamins inside you, enough Flintstones multivitamins to get to the point where you don't die of that. But or are you immortal like elves? you know, in The Lord of the Rings, like you don't die of old age, but you can die in battle, you can die of suffering and stuff like that. So I couldn't engage with that.
Okay, this one's to you. You go ahead and read it. You're a better reader than me.
Curious to know what Posh thinks about Orphic apotheosis and Pythagorean unio mystica as possible precursors to Orthodox theosis, or do you just reject this because it's from Gentiles and not the prophets? Well, first of all, you don't have to go to Orphic apotheosis or anything Pythagorean. Much older than that, because, again, Greek mysticism is derived mostly from Egyptian and Babylonian sources. This is what Plato himself said. This is nothing new. Like, theosis isn't, again, something that is unique to the Christian worldview. You worship gods because you wanted to become more like them. So the difference is, what god are you trying to be more like? No one worshiped like the god of, you know, like poverty or the slaves or something. This is why the Pharaoh would address Moses and Aaron like, really, God of the slaves? Now, that's a great God, I can tell you that. So,
well, I was just thinking, Posh, like, I had just come up with a meme. I'm going to type it out now. Is that someone's like, you know, nature is our God. We should be more like nature. And the next scene is just them like eating and like, you know, biting into the neck of a baby or something.
Well, that's part of Bacchanalia and Dionysian celebrations. You would actually, I think it's called hemophagy. Like you would eat animals alive. There's a Norm Macdonald joke, but I won't go into that. But no, it doesn't matter, Gnostic informant, that there are similar thoughts, because there were even before the Pythagoras and people like that. It is about whom you are trying to become more like, and then again you're going to get some idiosyncrasies that come with that. But no, we don't reject things because they're from the Gentiles, like they're Goyish or something. And again, Gentiles or Goy is not a
bagel.
It's not an ethnic term in the modern sense. So no, we wouldn't reject those.
Thank you for that super chat, Gnostic informant. Your question is legitimate. The one guy's question about that he asked before, and religious will have to contend against it eventually, but now is not the time. Unfortunately, science keeps eroding at religious beliefs. Give it time. I disagree with you. Now, science could erode certain religious beliefs that attempt to reduce their beliefs into materialism. So anyone who takes the world is God and the nature is God and everything physical is God, you have a point. That science, it's going to have a problem because it's materialism, right? It's naturalism posed as theology. So in that case, you'd be right, but no, you'd be wrong for every other view. Like a Christian view, the more we know about science, the less science is able to actually give a coherent account or explanation. Naturalism is actually less and less coherent as time goes on, not more coherent. Posh?
Yeah, Gnostic informant made a good joke. Like he said, theosis with Allah sounds like hell, but actually it sounds like Gehenna, not like hell. But at least we get to have like the uncreated foot, or more like the uncreated single foot and two right arms.
The unknowable foot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're very fun. But I agree with what you said.
Yeah.
Things are becoming more complicated on multiple levels. Right, the increased knowledge of biology makes things less likely to have just evolved, because the more complex a system is, the less likely it is to have arisen through trial and error. But okay, if you believe that it's going to keep going more and more towards naturalism, you're free to believe that, but no, I disagree.
And not just to add, Posh, that trial and error itself from that view would be also unguided and mind independent processes that were just post hoc, post diction. Oh, that went really well. But really, there's no like, oh, we're trying this out. Let me evaluate it and try something else. From their
it's
view,
just
that's not even
survival.
happening. Yeah,
I mean, they can go with survival or reproduction, but that can only take you so far. So yeah, I don't know. It comes back into this loop of, well, you need the mind to assess what is true or
right.
better or whatever, quality versus quantity, right? Have that work, Reign of Quantity by Guénon, which is a good one to read, which is about that topic, right? If you own, quality is out of the question. You can't assess it.
Right.
Because you can say, like, humans are the most successful biological life form. But then, well, mosquitoes have us beat on a lot of fronts. You can crush like 100 of them. They still outnumber you, immeasurably.
Right. I want to go back to this. The other thing in this hypothetical is that this is a man making essentially heaven, God level phenomenon, right? So
and I don't think it will happen. So
you can't. No, it can't happen because it's limited to the man creating this concept from a man's view, right? It's just essentially like man creating God-like phenomena in the image of man, but he can't effectively create the source of that, right? So man can't ever generate all of the necessary components and preconditions to be able to make a simulation anyway. He could make the simulation, but he could never make all the preconditions for making a simulation. So it's always going to be up in the air. So it's just like the vegan hypothetical. So any other questions for Posh now that he's not hungover and he's not fully drunk?
It's St. George's Day here, right, on the old calendar, also Easter Monday. And we had the second church in our city blessed by the bishop today, which is dedicated to St. George. That's not some major coincidence. It's pretty well planned, but it's a great day.
Nice. Panopticon, belief has gone more and more towards naturalism. That's a contradiction. You can't even ground what a belief is in naturalism, if not just an effect of a material object called the brain. Beliefs are all equally valid, in fact. So from a naturalistic view, Panopticon, this is the defeater to your position, is that to believe in a religious position or to negate it and take a naturalist position are both natural phenomenons.
Yes. Also, this goes back and forth constantly. Because I like to bring up the example of the Big Bang Theory, which was considered Christian nonsense when it came out, because it went against the established view of the eternal universe. But ultimately, people had to yield to it. But all the atheists were like, oh, yeah, sure, there was a boom, and now you're a retard if you don't believe in it. So you never know if you're truly going to be dedicated to this. Again, this is a methodological materialism as opposed to the ontological one. If your commitment is to ontological materialism, you have a lot of problems with believing in truth or beliefs themselves. But if it's methodological, I have nothing against methodological materialism in the sense of if you're going to run an experiment, you're going to have to go with that because
it just can't ever tell you what to value.
Automated.
Yeah, but it can never tell you what to value. So his statement, Panopticon Mind, what Posh is pointing to is we don't reject the ability to manipulate matter and figure out causes of phenomena and these kinds of things. It's just that the value judgment to get away from religion can't be grounded in naturalism. So it's already a problem. Yes. You're already outside of your belief structure by making the value judgment that we ought get away from a religious position. And speaking of the general public belief, as far as people believing things that are fairy tales, you probably believe, the general belief is that oil comes from dinosaur bones. That's a general belief that people accept. That's just false. It's a general belief that an unguided natural event occurred that had up to 20 amino acids randomly bond together to form the first protein. That's a general belief.
Also being monochiral, which is a massive thing. So you're going to have problems with the whole fossil fuel thing. Lots of statements being made all over the place, because you have places refilling, like, which is not going to happen. It's not like another dinosaur died millions of years ago.
Turbo. Yeah, like there was another. There was two. Yeah, there was two meteors now, right? That's it.
Yeah. So
it's algae and plankton. Algae and plankton. The death and decaying of certain animals, and the sediment, right? That, yes, fine. We'll grant longer processes than we're used to as far as develop, things processing, oil processing, and turning into it what it is, but. No, this concept that there's dinosaur bones under the ocean also that are just like, oh, wow, we got lucky. There must have been a lot of dinosaurs in this area.
Not to mention the motivated reasoning behind the whole, what phrase do they use to explain? Like the constant...
Emergent property.
No. We're just about to run out of petrol.
Oh, yeah, that whole thing. They've been doing that since the 70s.
Yeah, so there's a lot of motivated reasoning behind a lot of science in general, which would include especially medical science, big pharma and stuff. But it's very difficult to get out of these problems. I understand a lot of people believe, like scientists are, I will search for truth. No,
peak
they
oil?
need grants. Peak oil, yes.
Yeah, peak oil.
Thank you, Dr. Crispy.
Yeah.
Shield. But
peak slippery.
So I'm afraid to even postulate.
Yeah, don't even go there.
Because I think people can get even more slippery. Did you see the debate between Rabbi Shmuley and Mohammed Hijab?
No, because I can't watch Shmuley for more than 3 seconds without gagging.
Well, true meeting of the retards, but that Hijab fellow is such a cartoon, but he is more slippery than the lubricants his daughter sells in the sex shop.
The only debate I saw is Alex Jones and Shmuley.
Oh,
that was
I had to watch that. That was glorious. Butt plug Rabbi. I love this timeline. Everything is insane, but at least it's funny. It has the decency to be funny. Right.
Any other questions for Posh? About 3 hours in. I have more to review, but maybe not today. I have this atheist channel that's doing their arguments against atheism. This is good news because a lot of atheist channels are now finding my at least 3 so far arguments against atheism, and they're doing back-to-back quote refutations. So it's fun to show it and see if they have anything. I have not seen anything yet, though.
Rationality Rules, that guy, the gay
Viking
Lothbrok, yes. He made a response to David Wood's video about the resurrection, and what he did, and I'm not kidding, is it's like a 20-minute video. He took the intro where David said basically, well, if it's true, it answers a lot of questions. And he said, well, this is a fallacy to this and this and this and that. Draws out his gay little cards. And he literally doesn't play more than 2 minutes of the video, just the intro, like introducing the topic. And he keeps bringing up these fallacies. And before David even started, listing, like, we have these scholars who affirm that, Jesus was alive. He died by crucifixion, alive as in a real person, he died by crucifixion, etc., etc., etc. He ignores all of that goes for the intro where you get a bit rhetorical, you're trying to introduce a topic, trying to be funny and stuff.
Right.
And that's where he ends it. It's honestly one of the laziest things I've ever seen. But I suppose if you have a marketable appearance, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, he's already got the ear too. Someone like that guy has already developed this sort of agreeable ear that he's got. So, it's just, that's how it happens on YouTube. You have to that's why debates are better than response videos, because there's only so much you can respond to. The job is to overwhelm the opponent with claims, right? Because you can machine gun gish gallop, and then they have to respond to all of them. And if they don't, you win, right? Whereas in a debate, they can't do that. So,
when a Hindu makes arguments for Hinduism like that, it's called the Ganesha gallop.
Oh, wow. I wasn't going to kick you off so soon, but now it's L's in the chat. L's, a lot of L's, like a lot. I want to see right angles.
God.
I want right angles covering the whole thing. Here, let's
I
just
can't
do one
explain
of these.
the experience of when I feel like a bad joke is so bad.
That's one of them.
Yes.
Let me see arguments again. Okay, let's do this one. Watch this. Okay, hold on. Let me get this up on the screen here.
Time to hear something worse.
Yeah, let's do this here. Okay, this share audio. Okay, let me tell me if this is echoing for anybody, please, when I play this. And we'll watch just the beginning of this because it's pretty easy to counter right off the bat.
Two states, an all-knowing, all-loving, and all-good God wouldn't permit suffering in the world. Well, why not?
Is it okay?
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. So this guy.
Now you're very loud.
I am. Okay. Hold on. I'll back off a little. How about now? Is that better? That should be good. Okay.
Jimbob, I'd be happy to provide the justification for premise 2. It's going to be another syllogism, though.
Watch.
Premise 1. If a being is all-knowing, it knows about all suffering in the world. Premise 2. If a being is all-loving, it desires to prevent suffering. Premise 3.
No.
If a being is all...
Nope. You hear the mistake right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, Sam Shamoon.
Yeah. Yeah. So what he said here, let's hear it again. People said it's a little low, so let me crank it up a little bit here.
Premise 2. If a being is all-loving, it desires to prevent suffering. Premise 3.
No. This is where what they do. So let's say if someone argued God is the basis for truth, he can't lie because it's a contradiction to his very nature. Now, what they're trying to do with this argument is that they're trying to say, God being all loving, he must then do X, right? And they're making a jump that they can't justify, which is to say, an all loving, let's say I was the most loving father. Now, whether I desire that my kid don't suffer, and it's a preference, is irrelevant to whether I permit it. And whether I permit it can be a loving act. So if I permit my kids to grow up and leave the house and go on their own and kind of figure out life, right? And it causes suffering to them to do that. His argument is that's not loving, right? So only a loving father would basically create sort of like this, like a kidnapped situation where you just keep your kid in a cell, right? So they always make this mistake. They just assume that it makes sense to them that an all-loving God wouldn't allow any suffering, okay? They fail to define suffering, conveniently, but then they fail to give a threshold of what kind of suffering they'd be okay with. Now, why would it be okay for an all-loving God to make a world, from their view, that required us to breathe air or to not be able to swim underwater? I mean, this is causing me suffering. The fact that, Posh, that I can't go deep diving without, using some sort of apparatus, and I can't breathe underwater, this is a problem.
Yes, but here's the higher level critique of this I would make is because it's they have this improv teleology.
Right, improv.
They keep the how shall we say the limited physical existence we have now, and say, well, if God doesn't make it pure ecstasy, or at least no suffering whatsoever, no negative experience whatsoever, that's it. But from our perspective, God, there's a whole plan for it, right? There's a whole, I don't want to call it afterlife because that sort of a misnomer, right? But there's this fullness of life that is going to be restored, right? So the fact that you die earlier, like a martyr, or the child in the flood, God is fully aware of this. But if you say, "Oh, babies drowned in the flood, therefore God is evil," that is perfectly reasonable if your entire view of what life is materialistic, right? This atheistic or perhaps even agnostic view of we are here alive today as biological entities, and then we die, and that's it. But
in other words,
pathway.
Yeah, in other words, to make the claim, this problem of evil is never an internal critique. It's basically a critique that smuggles in an atheist view of evil. Because when they say, well, if God is triomni, he wouldn't let this bad stuff happen. There's bad stuff. And we go, whoa. Premise 2, there's bad stuff. Can you tell me what evil is? And they can't tell you, right?
Obviously, there has to be this mythical neutral. Because, again, it's sort of when we say without God, there is no grounding for morality, that does not mean that anyone who claims to believe in God is moral. That's a non sequitur as a response. Because what we're saying is you can't have objective morality without God. That does not mean that we Christians and Muslims believe in God, therefore we have to agree fully on morality. No, you're taking a misstep there, which is to say it's a necessary but not a sufficient precondition or antecedent towards having an objective morality and discerning what is moral or not.
Sure. This is my first video that was a critique of materialism and naturalism that reduce all things into mechanistic cogs, right? And this is one I actually got him on because in this critique he makes a distinction between for those in the audience don't know the word referent. So when we make references or descriptions in the world, we're pointing to objects or phenomenon. That object is the referent. It's the point or object we're pointing to, and then the description is not identical to the referent. So this distinction, now, I'm glad you brought up these terms because the next time I formulate this argument, instead of granting them effects of physics, which is basically assuming metaphysics is possible, I just at least make it more reduced and say there's objects in the world, right? There's objects or phenomena at the very least. But so listen to what he says about my premises here.
Jimbob, bro, this is egregious. You answered the question yourself and then basically said you couldn't understand how it's the case. I will explain this to you very clearly. I hope someone is feeding you these lines and this isn't actually your belief.
How about get to the refutation?
Because based on this, you don't know what truth means.
Truth.
You are saying the reference are true or false, and then saying the response isn't valid due to your misunderstanding. Bro, a referent is not a proposition or...
Now this is already wrong, okay? Because I got him to admit on a further video, right? But in this video, he was doing a quick draw. Listen what he's saying. He's saying, under the materialist view, a referent is not a proposition. But what I'm saying is that when someone in a strict material sense, in a physicalist universe, that's all just matter in motion, a proposition itself from a materialist view would in fact be another referent. You're calling it a proposition, but from the materialist view, it's just more physical phenomenon, more an array of objects, a single object, an assortment of neurons, whatever they say it is, right?
Yes.
An emergent property.
It would be just input
Right.
into an algorithmic processor.
Right. So listen as he continues.
Or truth bearer. A referent is the actual thing in reality that exists.
Okay, if that's true, the referent is an actual thing that exists in reality. Under the physicalist view, is it not the case that a proposition reduced to physicality would be a thing that exists in the world? Right?
It would have to be.
Yeah, it would have to be. There's no way around it. It's a consequence.
A referent cannot be true or false.
Wrong. He just did my argument for me. He just steelmanned it, and actually he did the argument. From the materialist view,
Unintentional steelman.
unintentional steelman, right? Taco, I know you're listening. You've been waiting for me to respond to you for a while here. You just conceded the argument. You basically said referents are not propositions, right? And referents are objects in the world, and referents can't be true or false. They're just objects in the world. In my argument, tornadoes and blades of grass, right? They're all laughing at me. Oh, of course they can't be true or false. Well, you just did my argument for me and did a glorious job again. They do it better than me.
Yeah, but again, they can't just accept the worldview as it is. They always have to go part way because it's impossible. I think we said this multiple times when we were reviewing the steampunk game.
Sure. Steampunk kid. Logic, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, but you know, he can't. They can't imbibe it fully because it would mean you don't exist. You don't exist because you are not a thing, and there's nothing to perceive the thing as a thing. You would basically be an automaton. And again, this is the crucial thing. If they are correct, we are different, separate automata that have this internal programming to believe in God and Jesus is awesome and all of that. Right. And they are automata that are, you know, lower the age of consent to 9. Right. You know, and in our worldview, we are entities that can think, but we think this way, and they are different entities that can think. They think a different way, and one can be wrong, one can be right.
Well, yeah,
that's the thing. If we're both automata, we just give output. That was the entire point of the first video in the series.
Right.
But if we are right, everything he's saying, I'm not going to say makes sense, but is possible. It's possible for him to be wrong. It's possible for him to think that we are wrong, and for that thinking to be wrong is an activity, so to speak, and not just a pre-programmed response based on the algorithmic output.
Gotcha. Yeah. So if this is true, if materialism true in the way I'm putting it out there in this video, then there is no mind, right, doing any evaluation that you call yourself. So, you know, now I'm glad he came to the conclusion. Now, he did make another video after this where I think he was like, oh no, I actually made his argument for him. Let me see.
It is the proposition that is true or false. The referent or thing that actually exists. The cat on the mat isn't what's true or false. It is the proposition that is true or false.
Right. So he's saying there's something out there, right? A cat on the mat, which obviously to even make the statement is some sort of at least a first order knowledge assessment. And now he's pointing to the second. And he's saying, well, there's a thing over there, and that's just how it is, and that's not apt. But now I'm about to say something that is, and he doesn't realize until maybe after he made this video that, oh, damn it, the proposition I made under strict physicalist view is, in fact, the cat on the mat again, is another thing called, you know, that's equal to cat on the mat, right?
If you make the proposition or truth bearer that there is a cat on the mat, the referent, the cat that is actually on the mat, is not the proposition or truth bearer. The cat that is actually on the mat would be the seemingly true fact that corresponds or coheres with reality.
Okay, you totally missed the mark on this, buddy. Why? Because the thing in question is the methodology by which you determine something coheres with reality. Do you understand? In a strict physicalist system that's all mechanical, one giant machine, which you're a cog of, there is no you, by the way. You're an it.
Right. So everything he says makes sense in our worldview.
Right.
Sure. The problem is it doesn't make sense in his worldview.
Right. He grants himself a mind and all this stuff, right? So now later on he goes
of philosophical terms. Once again, these terms are more about how
now watch, he actually he figures it out.
So that we can proceed with clarity and mutual understanding out these foundations confused, right? And I'm sure many actually misunderstood the position. Ability to establish a clear naturalistic, atheistic reality that you have received through both natural and you provide definitions for truth and knowledge so that we can proceed with clarity and mutual understanding. This comes back to your questions about categories. Categories are about creating meaningful distinctions in a physicalist framework. These concepts would be categorized under physicalism, yet they also may pertain to other categories.
That's interesting. What's a category under physicalism? That's interesting.
I think you would need to be much more specific when you ask hard to dissect and efferent and proposition answer your malformed.
Here we go.
Here. But I think I will manage to answer your malformed question here quite well. Both the referent and proposition would be categorized under physicalism, but both would have different content and therefore belong to other categories. Differing categories, although they have some of the same ones too.
Okay.
Now, you said, under the physical view, the proposition must be an object, so it must also be a referent. In some sense, you're correct.
Oh, I thought I wasn't correct before. What happened? Taco. Listen, Taco. I said in my argument that the referent in a physicalist view is in the same category as a proposition, Taco. Why? Because the proposition's also an object. Now, how is he going to squirrel out of this?
It's a category and a category.
Is a thing that exists,
right?
Which it does,
right?
There is always going to be a potential second proposition that refers to that first.
Okay. Now notice how he only said a potential second. So for those in the chat having trouble following the nerd talk, the argument that I made is if physicalism is true, your brain produces exactly what it does as an effect of physics, and he calls that a proposition. And I'm saying under physicalism, the proposition itself is really no different than the cat on the mat or a tree, because it's just an object in the world or a collection, assortment of things, right? And now he's saying, now my argument was, well, under that view, there's no distinction between the referent, the object in the world, and the description, which is now just a new referent in the world, a series of objects or neurons. So now he gathered his thoughts after his first review and said, shit, oh my God, Jimbob's right about this, that under physicalism, a description that comes out of your brain about an object is another object under physicalism. That the description itself, the thought, the assessment is an object. But then you notice what he said, Posh? He said, well, now that we have that settled, it necessitates a second proposition. No, I'm sorry, dude. This was also in my video. Remember I drew a circle of effects and causes in a circle? You've just admitted that if the proposition, the words spoken about something in the world under a physicalist view, is also a collection of objects, now that's the new referent. And you're like, well, we have another description of that referent called a new proposition. And what we're saying is it's forever. You can't ever distinguish them.
This is, again, the logic guy we were reviewing. He kept saying, oh, you made a category error.
Category error.
But we said, no. The fact that you can categorize them, I gave the example. You can have a male brain, female brain. Both are brains. But you can say, okay, but they're in categories of male and female. That's a subcategory. What we're concerned about is category. And if both of these pertain to the category of mere physical phenomena, which are outworkings of just the mechanism of the universe, then we are going to have, we're going to have the same thing as in subcategorizing it will not change the conclusion.
Right.
And we are not saying cat on the mat is identical to seeing a cat on the mat. But both are just physical phenomena that are outputs of a mechanism of the universe, which is purely mechanical. That's why I say mechanism. It's purely mechanical. There's no super nascent entity over them that can somehow make decisions.
Right.
Proposition. That would make the first proposition the referent of the second proposition.
What about the third proposition of the second now? What about the fourth proposition of the third? What about the fifth? And so on. Come on, dude. Are you really going to just grant yourself that the second proposition about the proposition is your final straw here? It's like the final countdown of propositions. Like,
he sounds like he's voicing a character in Family Guy.
I know he does. I mean, I think it's a bit. I've talked to him not in person but on DM, but he likes this approach. So
if this is the case, which it is, this is the case irrespective of worldview.
No. Another big problem there.
Because these are basic definitions of philosophical terms.
No. That is stupid. By the way, Taco,
everything is worldview dependent.
Everything's worldview. There's no neutral position. I can tell you this right now, Taco. I know you're going to be listening soon. You've been in your little Discord for too long with your homies because no, there's no definitions or categories that are worldview independent because you define them. No, that assumes we have minds. That assumes there are universals out there. That assumes your mind is not my mind. That assumes that you have some concept of the natural world or the external world, which is a metaphysical term, right? There's so many things that you're assuming, meaning, information. I'll talk like you now. Listen, Taco, you're assuming information, mind, meaning, language, logic. You're assuming there's a past, a present, a future. And the future is going to be like the past. You're assuming induction. It's unjustified. Of course, definitions are not somehow, stance independent, magical brute facts. No, not even close. How did you even by the way, Taco, how did you determine such a claim that definitions are worldview independent without a worldview? That is itself lends itself to a worldview, right? So
this is similar to the sola scriptura thing, where you believe that if there's a way you can define words, that therefore you can then I don't know, like words emanate meaning.
Right. Yeah, they're identical to their meaning. They like if you watch them long enough, the apple will be like whisper apple.
Yeah, they just align, like you got up a bit too quickly from the bed, now you're a bit fuzzy and waiting for it to clear up. Like no, again, you can define things all you want. We can just add again. If you want to have thought experiments, we can do it all day and say, you have breakfast tacos categories, and breakfast taco categories philosophically are not the same as posh categories, are not the same as Jimbob categories. Because we're different, you see, we're in different categories. I'm a Serb, you're Italian, he's gay.
Slurbian, you're Slurbian.
Absolutely. I mean,
just so you guys know in the chat, like when we say worldview, we're basically assuming at least three major categories or pillars for a worldview, which is epistemology, which is essentially your theory of knowledge, your metaphysics, right, and your ethics or your morality. And so, even you couldn't even describe or interact with what he's calling definitions. They're all independent of worldview. No, they're not. I'll give you an example. The term truth, as defined by a materialist, is not the same definition as a Christian's definition of truth. We fundamentally hold different ontological
statuses of what truth is. We actually argue truth is a being, that it's not reduced to a description of things in the world or comport with reality, whereas your definition is that. So no, the definitions are not stance or worldview independent.
Once again, these terms are more about how language works rather than being tied to any particular philosophical view.
Oh, you mean the philosophical view that language works?
Primary thing about semantics. Words derive meaning from usage. That's such a basic fact, not fact, but principle of linguistics, which is, again, ever since I started coming onto this channel, I've talked about this, and I gave the example of your books, savage memes.
Right.
Okay, savage is going to have a different meaning when you use it for that than you would as in, again, even as an adjective, let's not even turn it into a noun. You're going to be savage. Oh, it's like you're eating babies alive from the village you conquered or something. Or you don't wear, you wear pants, you don't wear togas, right? That's savagery, right? Again, things are used in this method. And again, a very clear one, like saying stream, we are on a stream.
Oh yeah, we're on a stream, right?
Like we're sitting on like a piece of, a part of flowing water, springing up from uphill. Again, saying it's basic linguistics is completely missing the point.
Yeah, it's like they just grant themselves language and all these other things.
So worldviews are irrelevant on this topic. Think about it like this. You have an object, a cat. You then see the cat and make a first-order thought, which is a proposition. The cat is on the mat. The object, the cat, becomes a referent in that proposition. The first proposition is making a claim about the referent, stating that the cat is on the mat. You would determine if the statement about the cat being on the mat is true or false, whether or not the cat is actually on the mat.
What? That doesn't even make sense, by the way. But let's say we grant your, Dr. Seuss gibberish. You just granted yourself evaluation and determination. That's the thing in question in the video that I'm doing against naturalism, physicalism, right? The whole thing, you just are like, well, Jimbob, it's not a problem because we have this thing called the mind that's not completely determined, and we can evaluate the cat on the mat. No, the evaluation and description is the thing in question. You just granted yourself evaluation and descriptions? Hello?
And what if someone was an 80s black guy and he uses cat for like cool cat? Yeah, and the cat is on the mat and it's like his buddy Tyrone.
Right.
Like,
I thought it was worldview independent.
Yeah. And this is a 80s black guy paradigm.
Right.
So it's going to have completely. I understand you can transpose it. Okay, but I'm not that. That's the whole point.
Well, no, Posh. Even
this
if you can
linguistics.
Right, but even if you transpose it, the worldview assumes universals. Then let's say you figured out the translation between this sound and that sound, and it meant whatever. It meant pineapple, and you're like, oh, I'm glad we sorted that out. But now there's a universal concept called pineapple, right? And now you have to assume a worldview that includes universals. Now, what if what if someone's hardcore and they reject all of that? That it's all one thing? How could the definition be stance independent? Because a worldview could say pineapple is God. They do.
Also,
Ryan remembers.
You can. That's true. But you can also say, well, this is neither a pine nor an apple, nor is it a splicing of the pine and the apple. So how can you have this? These are basic. If you look up in a dictionary, you look up pine and you look up apple, you will find nothing even remotely approximating, a pineapple, what you call a pineapple.
Right. It's not.
Right. That's the etymological fallacy. But it's again, I don't understand how these people are so part way. I understand, but I don't understand why they don't stop. Because this video should point it out, right? And the fact that you are engaged in this pseudo-nominalism, right, where we can call it a mind, therefore it's a mind, and you can think with it, even though everything is still predetermined, by or at least calculable from the mechanism of the universe. It's rubbish.
Yeah.
You could then make a second order proposition that the cat on the mat is a stray.
Yeah, you could, Taco, but here's the problem. The problem, Taco, that you're not addressing is the fact that any of the propositions or second order statements that you say from the physicalist view is also now an object in space. And you said in your previous video that reference are not truth apt. They're neither true or false. So now you're in a contradiction, Taco.
The first order thought, a proposition, the cat is on the mat, referring to the object, the cat.
All right. We get it. So anyway, that was his attempted refutation at series 1. Obviously, 3 was the argument. Oh, no. 2 was the moral thing, which they never quite grasp. They think suffering is evil, and they can't tell us why. So there's that. Now I do have another one coming up. This guy, what is his name? The Rabid Atheist. He's going to be reviewing something shortly too.
Rabid means he's got rabies, and that means he's not too long for this world.
Right? Well, that's true. He's going to get hydrophobia. Not a fun thing. So if his
entire musculatory system is going to break him apart, horrible things.
So based on his screenshot here, I think he's really troubled with the problem of evil presentation, and that starts in 10 minutes. So I might actually transfer all of you over to be rabid Jimbob skeptics. Or just troll him, right? Because he's, he usually has like 13 people, so this is going to be overwhelming. Starts in 10 minutes, but his, his positions, I've seen them before. Yeah, I'll follow you, bro. Oh no, I'm not going to join you, but he's got.
You're already subscribed.
Oh, I know. I confused subscribe and join.
Oh, okay.
So he does a lot of this stuff, he's trying to start something. He did arguments against atheism 1, which he had the same problem.
Jedi.
He had the same issue, right? These people can't grasp what the consequences of this position is. They just refuse to. They're like, what do you mean, Jimbob? What about our mind? Posh, what about the thing that you're putting into question in the argument? Can't I just borrow that? That means our description.
This can be categorically identified as different. This same examination mentioned as meteorological, like a tornado, or biological, like the blade of grass. We can actually ask the question: is the tornado a meteorological effect? Yes or no?
How do you know someone's a Chris Angel fan?
What is meteorological if not a subcategory of the mechanism of the universe?
It is
subcategory. You can call a subcategory just a category, but that would be technically incorrect from the point of your critique. You're saying these are products of the events that are just products of the mechanism of the universe. So is the growing of the blade of grass. So is any thought you might have on either of those. Again, subcategories of mechanical processes.
Right.
That's the critique.
All the way down, dominoes to smallest dominoes, hitting each other.
And thus assess its truth or whether it's a meteorological effect, which would be an assessment of the truth and claim about the tornado. The differences can be noted and they can be handled differently.
Hey, guys, he solved the problem.
You can handle things
You could just handle... You just handle them and assess them, and you handle them, and then they're handled. So I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, if you're questioning how in a strict materialistic mechanistic universe we have mind that can evaluate phenomenon and propositions, well, the answer is, I don't know if you saw my third premise. We can just handle it.
And you can generate a yes or no question just about any material effect, regardless of what it is. You can evaluate it. There's nothing, no effect.
This is very similar. How do you account for logic? Well, we use it. Well, I use logic. I don't always use logic. I'm not convinced that I have no argument against hard solipsism. They just grant that, well, because you use it, right? Duh. You use this
obviously.
evaluation.
That can't be evaluated as to its truth, okay, in certain ways. Sorry, I think you're making a category error and a definitional error.
All right, but you can't tell me the distinct categories between events, natural phenomenon, effects in the world, and what you just granted yourself called thinking about stuff and making truth claims.
Okay.
Like,
So
what the hell?
imagine this. We have a cat on a mat here.
A cat on a mat.
And a separate cat on a separate mat over there.
Uh-huh.
And we can treat them differently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are both cats on mats?
Mm-hmm.
Or because we can treat them differently, right? One is a Persian, the other is, I don't know.
Siamese.
Okay, Siamese. What's happening? You know, they're different categories now. And you're making a category error if you say both are cats on mats. And not Matt Dillahunty.
Right. Cats on a mat. That's a different cat, different mat. Coriander, can't be your real name. How does God make thinking any more possible? Well, if God exists, right, then the concept of the mind not being reduced to strict mechanistic functions, right, that we're not just determined by wetware just operating, right, that we're actually thinking beings with reason, these things aren't grounded in nature. So it's not about making it possible, because obviously that's an argument, but even reasonable. Forget like what's logically possible. God even makes it reasonable that we have reasoning, that these are mind-dependent things. So, Corey, I would argue from this position. Let's say truth is an absolute concept, right? And to deny it would be a contradiction. So we start there. Now, if I say concepts are mind-dependent, you'd say, of course they are. Okay? So the question of whether human beings, in the reality we're in, can create absolute concepts, right? We would say no. We discover things and we create temporary concepts and categories and we name things or whatnot. But truth itself, capital T truth, is an absolute concept. So, the laws of thought, for instance, okay? So even from this view, we're necessitating a mind that precedes us. So even that doesn't get to you.
It's a necessary precondition,
right?
Because you can have theistic worldviews that absolutely fall into the same problems that materialism does,
right? Which
would be any predeterminist system,
right?
If Allah or the Calvinist idea of the biblical God, or whichever, you have no shortage of predeterminist religious systems. If you're just a wind-up toy. And God made you to glorify himself as they would see it, right? Your unwinding is how he glorifies himself, right? That is the same problem that any materialist would face.
Right.
So again, good point from Coriander, which is a great name. He said my real name is Polyester. But again, the problem is the predeterminist aspect of it. And if you want to not have a predeterminist aspect for it, you need to have it as some supernatural attribute that can only come from God, from this transcendent entity.
Yeah, which brings into...
I need to go to the loo and...
Yeah, no problem. Back. So it also brings up accidentalism, this concept that all of this emergentism occurred through natural processes, and then reason itself, right, making Coriander, the fact that we're arguing or debating or doing philosophy or arguing over accurate descriptions of reality and these things, that's all accidental, right, from a God-absent worldview, right? That reasoning and thinking isn't theonomous. It's autonomy. We do it. It's from the bottom up. Like, we reasoned ourselves into a reality that's descriptive. Like, this is like, to take that approach, which is the naturalist approach. I mean, they get into all sorts of troubles. Like, when did the laws of logic, did they emerge from matter? Right? What's the ontology of logic? What's the could from a naturalist view, could the universe as we know it be completely indiscernible? There's no contradiction that the world that we live in is intelligible, and it just so happens to be that our minds are rational to understand intelligibility, but the hard concrete world out there didn't need to be intelligible. It could have been unintelligible. Now imagine we developed reason and intelligibility and rationale, but the world itself that created that was unintelligible. It could have been from a naturalistic view. So there's no justification. Now the naturalist says, well, all of this must have happened from a naturalistic view, so because here it is. And because of that, reasoning and consciousness must have been some emergent property of matter itself, which is already ridiculous to say that immaterial phenomena that you can't localize and materialize and capture comes from matter itself is insane, right? That's why they need terms like emergent property, right? Because it gives them a reification of what they're trying to capture.
Yes, and reification is the biggest problem we face from most types of both interreligious and between the religious and the atheistic worldview. Mm-hmm. The fact that people try to reify everything. This is a very modern phenomenon because it's, how shall we say?
Here we go.
Oh, goodness.
Here we go.
They're all deciding to do that, by the way, and they are things. Look at the pills. Why are they pills?
Oh, yeah, they always have weird ones. When you set a premiere, they offer all the weirdest waiting times. This is a minute waiting time or whatever.
And he says, "Hello, nation." He's now
Hello, nation. Yeah, rabid nation. Feel free to make your way over there, you guys, if you want. It's the Rabid Atheist. So, be interesting to see what he comes up with. Now, what is this? Part 2, The Problem of Evil. Yeah, I can't wait. This is going to be great. This is the first time I've watched one of these live. This music is weirding me out, though. Reminds me of high school.
I have this.
Oh, nice. Oh, you got a mandolin?
Yeah.
I think it's an E minor. Definitely minor.
Mozart's flute in A minor.
I'll pause the. I'll mute this. You play us a jingle while we're waiting. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to the Rabid Atheist. I'm Ed Raby, a former pastor turned atheist, now compassionate anti-theist. Welcome to my channel. Like and share this video. Join the Rabid Nation, a nation of people dedicated to normalizing atheism and deconversion by hitting the subscribe button. And if you want to support the channel in a more tangible way, hit the join button, and your membership options that lead to citizenship in the Rabid Nation will be presented to you. Today I'm going over part 2 of MadeByJimbob's arguments against atheism. In the first one, he didn't really argue against atheism, but materialism, which is not the same thing. So I'm hoping that Jimbob is going to...
Well, I kind of disagree. Now, that could be argued. However, not all atheists try to hold a materialist position. If you press them on it, it does reduce to materialism anyway. But here's the argument that materialism does lead to atheism. A materialist says all that exists is matter. Premise 2, God is immaterial. Conclusion, God doesn't exist. It's really simple.
And speaking of Cyrano, he's got the Gerard Depardieu nose.
He does, sure does.
Going to do better this time. So what is the second argument against atheism, Jimbob?
In this episode, we take a look at the very popular atheist
Jimbob!
argument, the argument from evil, which is often
Jimbob!
claimed to be a defeater to God's very existence.
Oy. Scooby-Doo.
Welcome to Arguments Against Atheism. I'm Jimbob.
Shut
Here
up.
to give you the goods.
Okay, so once again, we're not arguing against atheism, but an
Get over it. It's called clickbait.
argument that is actually an argument against theism. So we're trying to defend ourselves against this argument. Seeing Jimbob has trouble defining atheism, here we go. Person A says there is a God. Person B says, okay, what is your evidence there is a God? Person A presents that evidence that they support the existence of God. Person B, I don't find that evidence convincing, so I don't believe in a God. This person B is an atheist. The problem of evil is used by many to disprove the idea of an omnigod. It is actually quite specific in its target, but it does nothing to do with atheism, as people don't have to make it in order to justify their atheism. Just simply say that your evidence isn't convincing.
No, dummy. That assumes that there's a standard of knowledge and what's convincing and reasonable. You have a worldview that informs your atheism. Atheism is a conclusion or a position that's downstream from your worldview, which, in your case, is evidential, right? So, it's like, where's the evidence? Yeah, give us the evidence. What does that mean in your worldview? Depends on what you mean by evidence. Well, any evidence. Okay, how about they want physical evidence? Well, we would argue, if I argued physical evidence, that's not the wholeness of my argument. That would be sort of a classical foundational approach. Or do you accept logical evidences? Well, I don't think so, right? So it depends on what you mean.
There are many other arguments against God, for one.
Really?
And for another, the issue to the atheists is that they are not convinced by the evidence they have been presented. But let's see if God delivers the goods, as he says.
My name's Jimbob, you drunk.
Or does he hit the wrong address again?
I thought you were slurring.
So what is the argument from evil? I don't want to straw man it, so let's get it in precise form. The argument from evil goes as follows. Premise 1, God is omniscient, omnibenevolent, and omnipotent. Premise 2, an all-knowing, all-loving, and all-powerful God wouldn't permit suffering in the world. Premise 3, there is suffering in the world. Conclusion, God knows suffering will occur, so he either can't stop suffering, so he's not omnipotent, or he refuses to, so he's not omnibenevolent.
Well, I'm glad to see you're addressing the whole issue of men made of straw, but the issue for me with this particular is the statement of the argument that has been made is as strong as possible, and you failed. Without a doubt, this is the weakest form of the argument of the problem of evil, and it is the second premise that makes
You can't even read your own fucking writing, dude.
it so, because it is an opinion-based statement more than anything else. It's not a real proper premise because of that in some respects.
Way to take the least charitable approach possible.
But it also has the issue of using the word suffering instead of evil, which
Yeah, what's evil if not suffering? Every single time I ask them what evil is, it reduces to suffering.
also presents problems. When what you haven't done is steel man the argument by finding the strongest form of the argument and defining
The strongest form of that argument doesn't exist.
evil in the strongest power terms. What you've done is found the weakest version of the argument, and then you've
Just stop babbling and give me the strongest argument. I'll refute it right now.
also kind of pulled evil out and just slipped in suffering, because, quite frankly, it's easy to fight against this one. I don't know if it's a straw man, but you're definitely setting up a shadow boxer that isn't, well, as strong as your actual real opponent. So let me help you out and let me define the problem of evil argument a little bit more completely.
Yeah, let's do it.
Premise 1, if God exists, he is defined as omnipotent, omniscient, and morally perfect. 2, if God is omnipotent, then God has the power to eliminate all evil. If God is omniscient, then God knows when evil exists, which is premise 3. Premise 4 is if God is morally perfect, then God has the desire to eliminate all evil.
Nope. Wrong. First of all, that assumes that you know the way in which eliminating evil would unfold, right? Well, what if it's the case that not giving us free will, from your own view, could be evil?
What if he didn't give anybody free will and we were automatons? Would evil even exist, even if we're, there was like automatons that were just, smashing babies' heads and like doing all sorts of things? If they were if they were just automatons, they couldn't possibly have culpability, right? There's no free will.
You could have a God who sees smashing the babies of these other people as good. It's
good
power. It's a source of power, demonstration of power.
Right.
And this God values power. Therefore, it's not evil to smash these babies' heads. And then he would eliminate not smashing babies' heads.
Also, this is another thing that's smuggled. They have to provide an argument that this God that they're portraying in this argument needs to follow his desires. Like he can't not. Like he's equal to his desires. Like his desires are his very nature that he can't go against, right? This assumes that God doesn't have free will now, because you need to make an argument. If this is your best case, this is actually easier to refute. Your premise 4 assumes, 1, that if God had the desire to stop evil, which you haven't justified that in an argument, but even if you granted that God had a desire to stop evil, you need another argument to say he ought to, or it's impossible that he can't act on that, right? You can't do that.
Premise 5, evil exists. If evil exists and God exists, then either God doesn't have the power to eliminate all evil, or he doesn't know when evil exists, or doesn't have the desire to eliminate all evil. Therefore, God, that is omniscient, and morally perfect, cannot exist. You see, this argument targets God, who has all these qualities, but one could remove one of these qualities and get a God that exists, that knows evil exists and has a desire to eliminate it, but lacks the power to do so. Or we have a God that has a power and knowledge to eliminate evil, but lacks the desire. Or we have a God who is all-powerful and has the desire, but lacks the knowledge in some way to prevent them from eliminating evil. Notice the premise.
Like this.
This is our hitting evil, which includes not only the idea of suffering, but moral evil as well. Also,
what is this evil you speak of?
Also notice that premise 2 is broken down, and so the desire to eliminate suffering is only one problem, but there are actually several others. It really is about defining evil and then relating it to these attributes of God.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to define what evil is. We still haven't heard what it is.
But we'll see if you actually do this. But, before we get any further, let's actually define the different ways that evil...
By the way, the Christian view of evil is a privation of good, good being the necessary standard for the absence of the good, which we would call evil, similar to light or heat and cold. So that's not even an internal critique of a Christian God to say...
Because it has no, there's no penchant for tolerating a certain level of evil. Right? Because you can say God has the desire, but he doesn't do it immediately. Someone raises a knife, and lightning bolt strikes him. God might tolerate a certain level of evil. That does not mean he can't remove it or that he doesn't have the desire, but there is a larger reality at play. Like how things are meant to play out. What is the teleology of mankind that God will tolerate certain amounts of evil?
Right. Yeah, and then what's the threshold? It's like you could say, well, he did stop the knife from plunging, but he didn't stop the fear of the knife plunging.
You flinched.
We flinched. That was terrible. That was evil flinching. So it's just they can't tell you the point. That's why I always bring up air. Is it evil that we need air to breathe? Right, from that view. What about all the things I don't think is cool? Posh, I want to swim underwater without needing to pay for oxygen tanks and flippers.
That's because we were conditioned by Mario underwater levels.
Right.
Evil can be done in philosophy. Philosophically, evil can be defined in 4 different major categories, I would say. One is a severe condemnation. Evil in the most severe condemnations in...
Condemnation? Condemnation?
I mean, this
our moral vocabulary.
this text is whatever
It's
AI
worse.
is
Yeah.
being implemented is just taking a beating. If God was really omnibenevolent, he wouldn't allow
Well,
this.
this dude actually used the tooth argument in this chat. He said, even the sore tooth argument is poor. If God could create us without teeth that decay, why didn't he? Oh, man, that's hilarious.
Why didn't he stop me from eating all of those cookies?
Let's face it. The argument really drawn out to its most precise form is, if God exists, why am I not God? I mean, if you really take it all the way to its, because Posh, you made a good point. What is this threshold? Is the knife isn't enough. It's the flinching of the knife. And then what happened before that? Well, you woke up sore. And so that day needs to not exist. And, I had bone aches from growing when I was 7. And so that's wrong. And, so where does it end? It ends with,
just supposed to be an
God.
orb that experiences pleasure.
Right.
Vocabulary involving actions like murder, torture, enslavement, and prolonged humiliation. It also
As opposed to short-term 2 days humiliation, 1 day,
2 business days.
2 business days.
But the problem again is, why is that evil?
Why is that evil? That's what we're asking.
Again,
Also-
why is it glorious that I can torture my enemies?
Right. Yeah, like maybe a pagan, one of their hero gods, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's a guarantee.
can be used in moral discussions as morally incorrect behavior. Evil can be seen as acting out morally incorrect behavior, or thus.
So why doesn't God act on your socially constructed rules for engagement in the world? What? Really? That's your argument?
Causing unnecessary pain and suffering.
Misgender.
A third way that some philosophers define it as privation or lack. Some philosophical views consider evil as a privation, a lack, or an outbreak of irrationality. Then, of course, there are natural evils. Evils can also refer to natural events such as earthquakes.
If God was all loving and all good, why are there atheists? That means God doesn't exist. That's their argument.
Floods,
Causing us cringe.
Right.
and disease. These are also considered evil. I point this out because I think you pick the weakest argument and focus on God's desires instead of the full argument for a reason. It's easier to do, and it lacks in completeness, so you don't have to do as much work. But you also have a very weak definition of evil, boiling it down all to suffering, and you don't deal with the other major aspects of what evil can be, and what, in particular, moral.
I challenged him to call in.
Yep.
Now, I don't know if he's going to abandon his own, his own premiere.
It would be nothing against him if he didn't.
No.
choices. So let's see what you do with it.
Alrighty. Did you see any obvious problems? I did. Premise 2 states an all-knowing, all-loving, and all-good God wouldn't permit suffering in the world. Well, why not? What's the contradiction? It seems this very low-level argument from personal incredulity has no basis. From a Christian view, long-suffering is actually a virtue. It is through suffering and sacrifice that we participate in the good. The overcoming of suffering is thematic in the Christian view and praxis. This premise also makes an assumption that suffering is evil. My question to the atheist is, what makes suffering evil?
That depends on what you mean by evil.
Is having an infected tooth evil? Is a hurricane
Is it?
evil? What about a lion eating a baby zebra? Is that evil? These are all examples of things at most we find unpleasant. If I went to a restaurant and found the chicken special to be unpleasant, would it make sense to leave a review that stated, "Don't get the chicken. It was immoral"?
Evil chicken.
No, that's silly. Preferences are preferences, not ethical stances.
Preferences are preferences, not ethical stances. What's the contradiction? It's not so much a contradiction, but you are using suffering because then you can claim that there is a contradiction.
What? No.
But injecting moral evil changes the picture, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're asking you, what is this moral evil if it's not suffering? Please tell me.
If God is morally perfect, then would he not work to stop moral evil?
No, that's your own opinion. The irony is insane right now. You just assumed your opinion of what could happen. You're asking me a question.
Okay,
Don't ask me a question. It's your argument.
Right, so
Would he
suffering
not?
is weak, but I'm just going to say even vaguer thing than suffering, and therefore now it's stronger.
Right. And it's also, the threshold. What you're basically, if I ask the person, okay, is there any threshold of suffering you think God should permit? And would we all agree on that? No.
To you as a theist, who is also a Christian theist, is that not the purpose of Christ to reverse moral evil through suffering?
What? No, what do you... I don't... Now now he thinks we interact but not in a natural, not in a materialistic way. Like isn't the purpose of being here is to build Eden? I mean, no, that's a straw man. That you just saying that shows your own ignorance, dude. It's embarrassing.
I get the point you're making, but it also based on your use of suffering and not the word evil. This is one of the weaknesses of the form of argument that uses suffering as its base and does not include moral evil in my humble.
Yeah. What is moral evil? Still waiting.
Is it not evil to add like a nonsensical syllable to every word?
Tell me what evil is. We're still waiting. I have Posh from Serbia. You could be sleeping right now. Posh could be sleeping right now.
Humble opinion. I have already demonstrated your lack of steel manning your opponent's arguments, and here you are doing it again, and here is the result. You basically set up an opponent for you to easily win against.
Oh, is that why it was so easy?
Sorry. If he says you have natural evils, right? You've got earthquakes. Is it evil because the earth is shaking, or is it considered evil because people suffer as a result of the earth?
That's exactly why I would ask them, because no matter how you asked it, it could never be the event itself happening in a vacuum. It would have to be the consequence of the event which hurt people. And that's suffering. That's suffering. So, notice how he dodges. I'm asking, what is suffering? I'm asking you. And he's like, well, you're just setting up a really easy argument to knock down. Yeah, this is how easy it is.
It actually would explain California.
True.
Instead of taking on the strongest opponent. Then you give 3 examples of natural evil, but conveniently leave out moral evil again, such as murder, sexual assault, or
why is that evil, dude?
Theft. Actions deliberately
because of suffering.
Perpetrated to cause harm to another.
Okay.
Oh, it's not.
Are you serious? I get it. The harm thing. It's not the suffering. It's the harm thing. That guy got it. It was good. I was like, what?
I would prefer to not have a sore tooth because it causes me pain and minimizes my well-being. So I could call it evil based on.
So suffering and reduced harm. So the harm principle, but suffering. Okay, got it. So my steel man wasn't. Wait. No, it was a steel man, actually, because now you're changing your whole tune and defining suffering to be harm reduction, suffering.
On that definition. The hurricane causes pain and
Posh. Is this like a joke?
No. Yeah, I wish it were.
Is this what it is?
Yes.
Yeah. He literally just went back on everything he just said. And he's not even his audience doesn't notice. Like he's just like, well, I think you just presented the weakest argument, Jimbob, for us, and it's like suffering, and it's not the strongest. Now what is he doing? He's talking about suffering.
Minimizes well-being to a lot of people, and so yes, it could be called evil as well, because we do refer to natural evils as evil. The lion killing the baby Zero. Well,
Zero. Dude, you just came back you got off the wagon or what?
Imagine the baby zebra would have preferred not to be killed. From its
baby zebra's preferences now. So the standard for evil is beyond human now. How are we going to go crabs? Are we going crabs? Where else are we going? Lobster, crabs?
Back to lion jail.
Yeah, back to lion jail.
Point of view, it minimized the baby zebra's well-being to the point of zero, while at the same time inflicting pain in the process.
Pain. Listen. What if the lion, the overall well-being of the, what if the overall well-being of the lion's pride, right, the pride was better? What if it was more enhanced? What if the trade-off is that the zebra dying was actually served a greater well-being for the group of the lions? Now what are you going to say? By the way, you just said it's not about suffering and minimize suffering and well-being. Now it's all about it.
So yes, evil to the baby zebra, but death also, man. The lion can feed itself and its pride.
Right.
And in so doing increases its pride's well-being and alleviates the pain and suffering of starvation. So this isn't a preference question like you think. It's
great. You just accepted depopulation as a potential moral act. Good job, buddy.
our idea of good.
He just defeated his entire argument. Why? Because if in his view, anything from the biblical stories that he found, abhorrent and terrible and horrific, from his own view could be justified toward a greater good. The irony is he's actually making the common theist position where they get trapped and granting natural evils, right, and gratuitous evils. The classical foundationalist, right, who's engaged with the physical world mostly, they're going to go, well, now I got to tell a story about these evils and why it's necessary. And we both don't like them, and I don't even call them evil. Like, a lot of things, I don't grant that they're evil from his view.
No, you can call them evil even from our view, sort of, like you have quotations where God says, I create evil, that is what is meant.
Like a symptom.
Yes, but not like I cause ontological evil.
Right.
So, okay, it's fine to distinguish. It's just not helping your point whatsoever.
Right.
Versus evil from the point of view of the person that it is inflicted on or who benefits from it. Point of view being an important when we can. Great.
So from your view, someone can do something awful, and if it benefits them from their view, and that benefit outweighs the negative from the victim's view, maybe Jeffrey Dahmer eating brain custard was actually a good thing. If you could make the argument, you'd have to accept the consequences of the argument if it was valid, right? You couldn't argue against it.
Consider moral questions. But in your video, you avoid the idea altogether. I wonder why.
Because you can't tell me a definition of evil?
You completely miss a lot of points by using this weaker version of the argument. Your examples missed the mark by not giving them full thought and maybe run to the idea of preferences.
He's reading and he's slurring. He's just shit-faced.
Which seems good until we get past suffering to actions that cause suffering and death by intention. You have chosen suffering to argue against, and that is not the whole of the problem of
tell us what it is.
Evil. I think you did it deliberately. Because
oh gosh, the psychologizing. Just get to the arguments, dude.
Do so would undermine your idea that all morality then would be about preferences, which I can tell you is not the atheist position I take.
Really?
Now, a very simple.
Notice how he didn't say anything?
Similar position on morality was introduced and
even
made
if
popular
he did.
by atheists.
We wouldn't know.
Bad. Well, no. I think that it's fairly obvious. Not obvious. The capacity.
Shut up, Jimbob.
Emotional.
Jimbob.
Are they
speaking, or you would have given the clip instead of using a caricature?
What?
I'm also.
What do you mean? I totally steal Sam Harris's view.
Also sure because I've heard Sam speak on this topic, watching a video before, that his argument's much deeper and nuanced on the problem.
Oh, his argument's much deeper and nuanced? No, it wasn't. Problem
of evil. You're deliberately cherry-picking and characterizing him as
oh, gosh, stop the Yelp reviewing, dude. Just get to the argument.
Stupid or inept through your cartoon. And at this point, I would say that your video is once again propaganda to rah-rah the believer, not convince the atheist.
What?
But that said, for all your rambling about definitions, I noticed that you provide few of your own, particularly of atheist and evil. Perhaps you avoided these because the first would show that the problem of evil doesn't have anything to do with atheism. You don't use evil with the definition, but instead employ suffering, because that would induce moral evil and other definitions of evil, and that undercuts your idea that all of this would simply be about preferences because it's simply about suffering. I would like
what the hell are you rambling about?
To think you did this either because you're a subject. It doesn't take too long before you run into stronger versions of the argument.
I'm waiting for the stronger ones. Posh, are you waiting for the stronger ones? I don't see them.
The word evil and atheists who argue for things beyond preferences. So intentional. Two other minor points. The idea of suffering can lead to growth, or that long suffering is something that leads to growth, is not strictly a Christian point of view. It's a Stoic philosophical idea that predates Christianity in Stoic philosophy. Honestly, I think.
So you have another view that takes away that angle?
It's also true in Judaism, so it predates Stoicism.
Yeah, that's not a good counter.
this
Right.
game.
It's not even a good counter because it actually points to that people hold the position that suffering could be a good.
Christianity didn't invent anything new from the Old Testament. It's fulfilling it. Like
Yeah.
all of
Paul
that, love
just-
your neighbor, that's all in the
Right.
Old Testament as well.
Stole it. Interesting that
Says
you missed the point that other points that people would make and the problem anymore. At this point, you're introducing the idea that there's also a scope to evil. That yes, one person can benefit from their actions causing suffering in others, but the other people don't benefit.
So it's reduction of suffering and harm then. What is benefit if you don't describe it as the absence of suffering or the avoidance of suffering and the enhancement of well-being, right? Now you're going into Sam Harris's view. By the way, I can refute right now, and I did it in the video. If the peaks of well-being, right, as William Lane Craig said, the peaks of well-being could be occupied by people who do harm, well, there you go, right? You can occupy highest peaks of well-being in a certain tribe or whatever by doing complete harm to other people. Yeah. You can't say it's immoral. Can't.
It means we're also looking at
theists that exist.
I got to rush this through, Posh, because I got to go. Anyway, I've had enough of it. If he's not going to tell me from the argument itself what the definition of evil is, then there's nothing to critique because he's not doing an internal critique of the Christian triomny God, the Orthodox take of the Christian God especially. So what is this problem then? Where's the problem of evil? I don't know where it is. Anyway,
it's restating and recategorizing,
right.
Not recategorizing, just using a different word.
Right, got you. All right, Posh, go follow Posh Redneck at the Posh Redneck over at YouTube, right? The Posh Redneck. And
yes.
God bless you, and enjoy your nap.
God bless. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, dude. Wait, I can't do this. I can't do this to him. I need to. All right, let me just quickly read these, and I gotta go immediately. Gonna go watch my daughter and something. Here we go. Let me just do this quick. Thank you so much for. Let me see what we got here. Slide Rule. Thank you, Slide Rule. $25. Very generous of you. Did this guy shave his arms to support its argument? No, he obviously didn't. He's got to catch up. Tanubla. Hey, guys. How would you answer the question of if God is the standard of goodness, how you follow a God if kicking babies was good? Well, in short, right, I wouldn't say kicking babies was, that's like sort of a trap question. If God is the moral standard of good, this is the only way I can answer this in a short period of time. The resolution in which morality objectively is delivered to humans, right, over time could be in lower to higher resolution. So even the atheist agrees with this, that morality, even though they don't have a standard, increased in its resolution, that progress was made. And so God being ontologically the standard of good, it doesn't follow that what we derive or what he determines is good in the world couldn't seem to be contrasting over time or changing. So these are two different things. Anyway, I got to run. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate y'all. And I'll see you again soon, maybe in 2 days or something. Yeah, it's the Euthyphro in a different form, but I get it. All right, that's it for me. Appreciate y'all. And I don't have anyone to deliver you to. I'm sorry. 366. You're on your own. All right, God bless you. Adios.